All right, we are live. This is Sound Booth Theater Live. These are the cold reads of Chrysalis 4 by Ryo Z. And let's see, between a rock and a carapace. And yeah, actually, Ryo Z said that he's going to be joining me today, even though it's super early in the morning for him, or even, you could even call it late at night. It's so early over there. But he said he'd be joining. I sent him a link. Hopefully he'll pop in, and I'll let you guys know when that happens. Let me get something to clean my glasses off with. I hope everybody's doing great this Halloween. Ryo Z, the author of the book. And yeah, just to remind you guys, it is Halloween. It is our birthday, and we have released episode 2 of the Dungeon Crawler Carl audio immersion tunnel. It is called Ayudame, for reasons that I think some of you may understand. And yeah, it's incredible. I've listened to that episode maybe more times than I listened to the first episode. And it's so fucking good, guys. So go check it out if you haven't already. Episode 1 is still free, of course. You can pre-order the entire first season if you want to. That way you don't even need to worry about remembering when it releases, and it just gets added to your library upon release whenever we have a new episode every 2 weeks starting today. So November 14th will be the next episode. Oh, episode 2 is released, sir. It is released. Go get that right away if you have not already. Also, there's a couple more releases. Another free cinematic release, episode 1 of The Wizard of Oz, which we produced in partnership with Starry Night Productions. So that's about an hour long, and it's a full cinematic, and actually lots of actors. I think the cast was like 30 people for this production, so that's crazy. But yeah, they're all made use of, and it's quite an interesting production. So I hope you guys check that one out. That's just episode 1, and then we have the re-release of all 3 of the first 3. No, I'm sorry. We have the re-release of the first 3 books of the Wayward Bard series. What is it called? World of Chains, the World of Chains series by Lars Mockmuller. That's now available on our website, on our app. So yeah, and you can pretty much get all 3 for the same price as you would just buy the box set on Audible. So if you haven't already checked out that series, it's quite legendary for us. It's one of Justin's first productions with us, and he hired a violinist to take care of some of the bard violin parts, and I played a David Hasselhoff type of gnome. I think he's a gnome. Is he a gnome or a halfling? I think maybe he's a halfling. I also played a drunk kobold. Very fun, very fun book. It's available now, straight from us. So if you have always been meaning to check that one out, go pick it up on our website now, and we'll get the bulk of the profits instead of Audible this time. All right, let's get some tea going. Damn. The tea has not brewed long enough, so I'll have to be tealess for a little bit. I will watch out here. Let's see. Oh yes, Kringlebert Fishty Buns. That's correct. We did do the OG Dracula book. That is Bram Stoker's novel. We did a full cast version of that. It's me, Gary Furlong, and Annie Ellicott. Really fun book. I'm really glad we did that one, and it's on sale right now. It's part of the Halloween sale. It's one of our spookiest titles, of course. And the Halloween sale ends tonight, so if you haven't partook, if you did not buy anything from our Halloween sale yet, it's over very soon. So if you want to, please do. Lots of stuff available on there. You can check the link in the description below and find all sorts of stuff, all sorts of ways to buy Chrysalis, to take part in our Halloween sale. All of that, guys, all available here in the description. I hope you guys are having a good morning so far. I'm super stoked to get back into narrating. Let's see here. I already have it open. Should be able to get through quite a bit today. A little bit earlier of a start than yesterday. Guys, I really, really like narrating Chrysalis. Being Anthony is just, it's satisfying, you know? It's, he's got so much energy, and I dig it. I like taking that on. So, maybe I should just go get a glass of water first, because I don't feel moisturized enough inside. Be right back. All right. Moisture. Less dry. All right, so we are doing one more cold read for this. Hopefully we'll get through about 15% of the book today, which means this will have been the longest relative cold read in all of existence. We're making history here today. We will have gone through about 45% of the book, which, you know, that's illegal in 7 states. Don't know if you guys knew about that. Okay, let me make sure I got the actual book out. Here we go. And we should be going to chapter 34. I'll probably get through one chapter and then pour my tea. Chapter 34. Reunion. Nope. This one is not an Anthony chapter. Chapter 34. Reunion. Commander Titus was a stoic man. Commander Titus was a stoic man with a reputation for an iron will and an unbreakable sense of duty. And it was true. He'd lived a hard life and had made hard choices without hesitation. Where others would shirk their responsibilities, Titus shouldered his burden with pride. For this, he was both loved and respected. The commander did his best to live up to his reputation. Square shoulders and a stern countenance were synonymous with Titus, as if his face and body had been carved from granite. But if there was one thing that could push him to the edge of cracking, it was the person he saw coming toward him now. The Legion had marched back. Okay, so I feel like Ryla, I think it's Ryla. I think it's been spelled differently earlier in this book. Don't know, unless there's 2 places that are different places named very, very, very similarly. Let me see if I can look that up. Okay. There it is, yep. That is how it was spelled in Book 3. Let me see how you pronounce this shit. About halfway through Chapter 24. Or, no, a little bit more than half, huh? Alright, let's whip this sucker out. There it is. Okay, the Audible web player is broken. Let me go open it back up. A town guard. The fighting was thick and fierce. Had been for the whole damned week. Chapter 24. Their skin was so dense and combined with the greyish texture gave the appearance of rock. Who knew if that were true? All she could tell was that he looked like he was covered in stone. His thick hands moved with surprising grace as he muttered grimly, pulling her across the street. They parted a curtain that hung across the front of the establishment. Like most buildings in Ryley, it was shaped out of... Ryley. Okay, well, there we go. I'm quite sure I mispronounced it earlier in the book. The Legion had marched hard back to Ryley as the wave waned and the shocking news of Geralosh's demise spread. The legionaries were in dire need of rest, but not all were able to receive it. The technical crews, smiths and enchanters labored long to... The technical crews, smiths and enchanters labored long to repair worn weapons and armor. Scouting parties had been dispatched to ascertain the environment within the bulwark. Messages were sent to every outpost, and even ritual spells of communication were enacted to reach the wider Legion network. Now they awaited word from their superiors. With the wreckage of their homes weighing on their minds, Titus and his troops had been unable to rest. After the Centurions found the third party attempting to escape the barracks and venture to the surface, Titus considered relenting and allowing a team to establish an outpost. When the fourth escape party had contained a good number of Centurions, Titus finally gave the order that he himself would lead a full column to the surface. All advanced gear was left behind, only leathers and basic weaponry allowed. The soldiers were eager to be away. Despite their victory in the lines, the soldiers' mood was grim. They knew roughly what awaited them above. A ruined city, a destroyed nation. How many of their loved ones had survived the slaughter? They pushed hard, and Titus marched at their head, as relentless and unyielding as a stone. The legionaries stuck to the main paths. Nope. The legionaries stuck to the main paths as direct as they could be. The legionaries stuck to the main paths as direct as they could be. What monsters they found were ruthlessly crushed. On the fourth day, steadily climbing up the main tunnel, they'd heard footsteps coming down. Titus raised a fist, then pointed to his left and right. Archers moved to covered positions along the walls, and shield-bearing legionaries formed up beside him. There they waited as the sounds of approach grew louder. Humans, and a small group, 10 or less. Titus's ears were far from normal. At his level, with his skills and class benefits, he was barely the same species as those who dwelt on the surface. Titus's ears were far from normal. At his level, with his skills and class benefits, he was barely the same species as those who dwelt on the surface. Damn, why am I having a hard time with that? At his level, with his skills and class benefits, he was barely the same species as those who dwelt on the surface. He could clearly hear the footfalls of those approaching, though they were still 200 meters away. The tone of their voices was clear, almost the words as well. Then a woman spoke, harsh and cutting, and the other voices grew quiet, their steps more careful. Titus nearly dropped his axe. He knew that voice, would recognize that wasp tongue anywhere. It was all he could do not to break ranks and run up the path. To the soldiers around him, it merely appeared as if he grew as still as a winter pond. Tea! Yay! So lovely. Oh my god. He appeared as if he grew as still as a winter pond. Titus held himself back as the other group came into view, and his eyes narrowed. Farm boys and merchants' daughters with shoddy gear, no levels and little training. In normal times he'd roll them up, smack their heads, and boot them out of his dungeon, but these weren't normal times, and the hard-faced woman in stout leathers leading them demanded his attention. Her name was on his lips, but he dared not call it out, lest his will break, and he ran to his... Her name was on his lips, but he dared not call it out, lest his will break, and he ran to his daughter. He wouldn't stand for such a break of decorum. He wouldn't stand for such a break of decorum. Besides, if he tried, Melia might just punch him. She wasn't one for public displays of affection. Okay, do we have a voice for Donalan already? Yes, we do. Chapter 24 again. Yeah. Very close. The stone, creating a dark and cool atmosphere. The man poured drinks and fetched glasses for his clientele. Barely pausing to take the scene in, Donalan stepped up to the bar and slapped down a coin, flashing it at the owner, who nodded as he finished serving his current customer. I guess we know what those prisoners were for now, eh? The mage forced out a laugh as he played with the coin in his fingers.
The what?
Mirren asked, leaning onto the stone bar next to him. The prisoners, he repeated, staring at her.
When she continued to stare back blankly, he continued, "Remember, when we came down here to Riley, the Legion brought a bunch of killers and criminals. Where did you think the irregulars came from?" Her eyes widened with...
Okay. What's up, Mystic Barking Cow? Good to see you. Thanks for coming.
Public displays of affection.
Is that more? Melia, hey! Long time no see!
A male voice called out.
Crack! The stone beneath Titus's feet shattered into dust, sending a cloud of stone chips flying in all directions. Shouts of alarm and confusion arose, but Titus himself hadn't moved. Instead, he remained at ease, his hands clasped behind his back and his axe strapped across his shoulders. Oh my God. Oh my goodness. His hands clapped. Shouts of alarm and confusion arose, but Titus himself hadn't moved. Instead, he remained at ease, his hands clasped behind his back and his axe strapped across his shoulders. To one side, Donalan cursed his own stupidity. How could he be so careless as to call out to Melia in front of the commander? It was well known that the legendary commander of stone doted on his daughter, even if he never let it show. Ice-cold sweat rolled down the young mage's back. He may as well have been grasped in a giant fist. He prayed that his voice hadn't stood out too much and wasn't recognized, otherwise death might come for him. Indeed, Titus had recognized Donalan, and his mind seized with the torturous drills he would put... Seized? Did I say seized? And seized with the torturous drills he would put... Indeed, Titus had recognized Donalan, and his mind seized with the torturous drills he would put... Indeed, Titus had recognized Donalan, and his mind seethed with the torturous drills he would put the Legion... Indeed, Titus had recognized Donalan, and his mind seethed with the torturous drills... Seethed. Corey Phillips says, you need to do a live read of Quoth the Donut since it's Halloween. That might be a good idea. I might do that. Indeed, Titus had recognized Donalan. Indeed, Titus had recognized Donalan, and his mind seethed with the torturous drills he would put the legionary through the moment they got back. As she approached the Legion force, Melia couldn't help but sigh. She'd hoped to run into her father and her former comrade. She'd hoped to run into her father and her former comrades here, but it was awkward, and she knew exactly what Titus was thinking at this very moment. Some things never changed. The legionaries waited patiently. When the smaller villager force drew close enough, Melia stepped forward as the representative and moved to greet the legionaries. The villagers themselves were quite overawed. The legendary Abyssal Legion lived up to its reputation. To these people's eyes, despite the glorious victory they'd achieved, these soldiers were true heroes, returning to the surface after defeating who knows what returning to the surface after defeating who knows what horrors in the deep. Returning to the surface after defeating who knows what horrors. Returning to the surface after defeating who knows what horrors in the deep. True heroes, returning to the surface after defeating who knows what horrors in the deep.
Commander Titus,
Melia greeted her father. Daughter, he returned, rejecting the formal tone she attempted to set. Daughter. Daughter, he returned, rejecting the formal tone she attempted to set.
His daughter's eyes narrowed at that, and Titus's heart swelled with pride. She was as stubborn as he was, a trait she had inherited from both her parents. It was a curse and a blessing.
Thanks, Facebook user, for pointing out my face. And that was a chapter.
Chapter 35. Reunion, Part 2.
No, you seem well.
Father, you appear to be in good health also. Not that I should be surprised.
What is that supposed to mean? What is that supposed to mean?
Titus said, with a deepening frown. Melia rolled her eyes. Only that you're basically unkillable up here. Other than Geralosh, what monster could possibly harm you in the first or second strata? Perhaps it was foolish that Titus was still prideful of his daughter recognizing his strength. In his mind, she was still the little girl who would follow at his heels, striking fiercely at his back with wooden training swords. She was born a warrior, a lion cub, ready to be a legionnaire from the moment she opened her eyes.
I'd never seen you happier than when you began your training. You had a fire in you then. You were like an inferno. Everyone was warmed by your zeal, Titus said wistfully.
Morelli's expression turned confused. It's unlike you to reminisce about the past, Father. She chuckled a little bitterly. We both know that to be a legionary was everything I'd ever wanted, to follow you and Mother into service. And we both know why I left. That's history now.
Titus cocked an eyebrow. You're barely into your 20s. Far too young to be talking about history. His voice softened. We would have you back. At any time. Just say the word and I'll make it so.
That's against regulations. I'm a deserter.
Damn the regulations. You're my daughter. If the Legion wouldn't have you, then I'd quit myself.
Morelia's eyes widened, and she dragged her father away from the crowd. The legionaries, disciplined and reserved, hadn't batted an eye at their commander's words, and the villagers were too far away to overhear them. But how could she allow the commander, the hero of the Legion in Lyria, to speak such words? Way to overhear them. But how could she allow the commander, the hero of the Legion in Lyria, to speak such words? What do you say? She hissed. If the people found out, you would abandon them.
What people? Titus asked. Tell me, truly, daughter, what is left above ground? Is there any kingdom left? Do not doubt this, even if every one of them was still alive. I would put you first.
Tears sprang up in Morelia's eyes. Why are you saying this now? Has something changed?
Titus,
Titus shrugged his broad shoulders, his stony countenance as unreadable as ever. Things are moving more. There's change in the dungeon. I can feel it. First this wave, then Geralosh getting killed. I don't know what, and I don't know why, but I have a feeling things are going to get messy. I want you to be safe. I can take care of myself. I know you can, but I don't know what's coming. This old man would rather you were close by, where I can help if you get into trouble. It's a father's right to worry for his child. Melia gripped the hilts of her two blades. There's more, isn't there? What aren't you telling me?
Oh, Butley Poopington. Thanks for coming.
Titus stifled a sigh and looked back to the legionaries. Titus stifled a sigh and looked back to the legionaries assembled and waiting for him. Titus stifled a sigh and looked back to the legionaries assembled and waiting for him in the center of the tunnel. With the kingdom gone and the lizard dead. With the kingdom gone and the lizard dead, there's no reason for the Legion to maintain the bulwark. It's costly in blood and coin. The High Command will be eager to move those resources elsewhere. Morelia's eyes widened. You mean? Aye. I think they're going to call us in. Bring back. Open the gateway and bring us to the Black Castle. Mother. Tears threatened to spill over, but Melia controlled herself and blinked them away. Yes, daughter. You would be able to see her again. I must say, it'll be nice to see my wife after all this time. Not that I could tell, looking at your face.
I forgot to announce, Frank Moore. I'm sorry. There was a much more important announcement, which was the Dungeon Crawler Coral Audio Immersion Tunnel Episode 2 just released today. So, yep. Thanks for coming anyway, though.
Melia laughed. It was true. Even now, Titus maintained his usual stern demeanor. You don't have to join again if you don't want to. You can just come with us.
There's no way they would allow that. A non-legionary at the seat of their power.
Don't underestimate what your mother will allow. Don't underestimate what your mother will allow in order to see your face again. You're the only one we have left.
But
Melia hesitated.
the people here, they need my help.
Tell me. Titus said. Melia told him of the survivors and their growing town. She told him of the daring rescue mission she launched with the aid of a mysterious mage and his pets, that even now people were flowing into the town. I never trusted mysterious mages, Titus grunted. Handsome, is he, this fellow? The commander's eyes narrowed as he imagined some perfumed fop in silks with books. The commander's eyes narrowed as he imagined some perfumed fop in silks with books leering around his... The commander's eyes narrowed as he imagined some perfumed fop in silks with books. Fuck! In silks with books. In silks with books. The commander's eyes narrowed as he imagined some perfumed fop in silks with books leering around his daughter. Anthony? No. Melia laughed. I would say he's quite hideous. I don't think he's anything like what you're imagining. Titus relaxed a fraction. That's good then. He shrugged ever so slightly. Ha! Effie Rabkin says, Anthony is the paragon of ant beauty! A paragon, I say! You don't have to make your decision right now. Think about it, then come and talk with us. Think about it, then come and talk with us. I'm sure you have some friends you could catch... I'm sure you have some old friends you could catch up with. I should go and have a word with a few of your people as well. Not that I don't trust you, mind. Just to maintain friendly relations. Not that I don't trust you. Not that I don't trust you, mind. Just to maintain friendly relations. For some reason, his daughter appeared mildly worried, but she nodded, even if it was a touch reluctant. Titus was a bit offended. Did she think he was so charmless he couldn't avoid scaring a few farmers? He clapped his daughter on the shoulder and gave her a gentle shove toward the Legion ranks where he turned toward the gathered villagers. Before he turned. He clapped his daughter on the shoulder and gave her a gentle shove toward the Legion ranks before he turned toward the gathered villagers. Melia cursed a little under her breath. Her father's version of gentle and a normal humans were a long way apart. She'd gained a few levels since she'd... Somebody's harassing me through text again. Just can't get rid of these people. I don't know what's going on. Way apart. Apart. Where'd this guy... She'd gained a few levels since she'd left the Legion. Spent most of her time delving and fighting, but she was still a mile away from reaching his ridiculous strength. What would it take? Grumbling, she met with the legionaries and began to spy out some familiar faces. Harassing, yes, correct. I'm being harassed. Everyone. No loud truck yet. It's harassment of the highest order. Faces. Familiar faces. Greetings, good people. Titus began his charm offensive. I must apologize for the Legion being unable to defend you in person. I understand you have suffered much. Rest assured, we did all we could in the tunnels below to prevent an even worse tragedy unfolding. Even as he said it, he knew it wasn't enough. Even as he said it, he knew it wasn't enough. What did it matter to these people that the Legion had fought, bled and died in the tunnels whilst their homes had been destroyed and their family members consumed by rampaging monsters? He'd be lucky if they didn't spit in his face. He was prepared to take it. It was the least he could do for failing to protect them. To his surprise, they simply nodded. A middle-aged man clutching a simple spear stepped forward and bowed clumsily.
It's, nice to meet you, Commander. We've heard a lot about you. We was provided for in the end. Maybe it was fate or destiny, but the Great One gave us shelter and showed us the way forward.
Great One? Perhaps the mage Melia mentioned.
Melia spoke of this, Anthony. Melia spoke of this, Anthony. A mage of some power, I understand. I hope he's not spending too much time with my daughter. I hope he's not spending too much time with my daughter. And I hope he's not spending... And I hope he's...
Titus half-joked, his eyes narrowing a fraction. The villager.
Okay, there's a truck. There's a truck right there.
Titus half-joked, his eyes narrowing a fraction. The villager blanched. The villager blanched.
What's going on here? Oh, that would... Okay. Threatening even... Oh, man. The harassment is getting turned up. It's intensifying. They're saying things I cannot even mention here.
The villager blanched.
All right. Can't repeat it. It would be inappropriate. All right.
No, sir. The Great One is busy helping his family most of the time.
Oh, wait, let me hear.
Maybe it was fate, or he's busy helping his family most of the time.
The man had a family. Even better.
No, sir. No, sir. It's Isaac who's pestering her. Proposes every day from what I hear.
All right, I'm gonna go change this guy's accent.
It's nice to meet you, Commander. We've heard a lot about you. We was provided for in the end. Maybe it was fate or destiny, but the Great One gave us shelter and
No, I did it right.
Proposes every day from what I hear.
Stone shattered and exploded in every direction as the tunnel became filled with a dense, murderous intent. An invisible pressure that weighed on everyone like a ton of bricks. An invisible pressure that weighed on everyone like a ton of bricks.
What was that name again?
Uh-oh! That kind of reminds me of something. So, Sorry, I'm looking forward to a little bit more harassment. Okay, I don't know. Do you guys know who, what's his name? What's his name? No, how did I? Oh, it's Steven Seagal. Do you guys know who Steven Seagal is? And did you know that in the 2000s, he had a reality show, quote unquote, a reality show, in which he was actually a policeman. He was a policeman, and he would go with police to like drug busts and stuff, and he would be the guy in the lead, and he would like knock on the door. And like, okay, I'm into martial arts, so I know that Steven Seagal is a piece of shit and he doesn't know anything about martial arts and he's a complete fraud. But most people who see Steven Seagal are going to think about the action movies, right? So if you can imagine like someone knocking on your door, you go up and you look. This is Steven Seagal there. Like, open up. Like, fuck, what did I do? What the fuck did I do? Steven Seagal is here. Corey Phillips says it was a terribly awesome show. Yeah, it was really good because it was so, like, he's such a joke. Oh my God, Steven Seagal is so delusional. Like one of the most amazingly delusional people that's ever existed. You guys should definitely look up more stuff about him. He is an absolute tool. Yeah. Tom Segura talks about this in his stand-up. That's right. Yeah, I bet, I don't know if he could win. I don't know if Steven Seagal could win a fight against a seagull. Uh-oh. Here he is. The man has arrived. What is up, Ryo Z?
How do you do?
Hey, there you are. Everybody, this is Ryo Z. He is the author of Chrysalis. Thank you so much for joining us, Ryo Z. Really excited about getting back into this series. I'm not sure if you knew this, but I am running. So hopefully I'll be done with Chrysalis 4 before I take off for Vegas for next week. I'll be in 20 books to 50K. But if not, I'll be finishing it right after I get back home, and then right after that, I'm starting on Chrysalis 5. So we're doing 2 whole books of this. Yeah, I'm curious to know how you feel about book 4 itself, how you feel about book 5, and if you have any idea when that's going to be releasing, any of that stuff. One sec, let me get rid of it. There we go. Try again.
Yellow.
There we go.
Perfect. Yeah, very excited. Big characters being introduced. Story mode moving forward. Why it's coming out? I'm not exactly sure.
1 second here. Let me see if I can turn you up. Whoa. Nope, don't want to do that. There we go. Speak a little bit, some more.
I'm speaking. This is a test.
All right. So the only issue is there's something that's making a lot of noise with you, where you're at, and that's why I couldn't kill the noise reducer. But
No idea what it is. I'm sitting in my study and it is 3 in the morning.
It's very early or late, depending on your perspective over there in Australia, right? Like what part of Australia?
The part with the best coffee. That's Victoria.
Gotcha. All right.
Frank, Tristan, hello. Nice to see you.
Right.
Hey,
So,
Frank.
so far I just finished the reunion chapters where Titus has found out that Morelia is being pursued by what has turned out to be a Scotsman from my narration. I hope that compounds him being angry.
Come on, who wouldn't love... who doesn't love Isaac?
So you said new characters in this book or next book?
This one, there's a couple. Sarah and Jim. Grannon and company, the Golgari. So really, this is where we start to broaden our understanding of the dungeon and the world as we get a bit deeper.
Yeah.
No more mucking around on the surface with crocodiles.
Right. Yeah, don't want to deal with all that trash on the surface.
Absolute rubbish.
So, are we gonna hang out with the Sophos anymore? We did a few chapters with them, and I about died laughing, performing those. That was so much fun.
I love those guys.
Yeah, are they coming back at any point, you think?
You want to see them again in 4 or 5.
Okay.
But in the distant future, you'll see them again.
Good. We need them around. They're hilarious. Yes. So we've also encountered shadow mana, the shadow mana realm. I'm not exactly sure what to call it at this point. The level, the shadow mana area. But are we gonna
strata?
The strata. There we go. The shadow mana, and as we keep going down different strata, are we encountering new types of mana as well?
Yes, every time you go down a layer, the environment completely changes.
It's like a Mega Man game.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. Every place you go to, it's a different theme. So.
Yeah, I did eventually settle on a name for it, Frank. So I did eventually become called Shadow Sea.
Shadow Sea sounds good. I like that. It's why did you start with Shadow? Because to me it feels like you started with kind of an extreme environment. Like I felt like Anthony definitely wasn't prepared. Nobody was really prepared for how hardcore it was going to be. Is this just showing us that the rest of the strata are going to be even more extreme and crazy?
Yeah, pretty much. It only gets worse.
All right.
As bizarre as it was, the first layer is the simplest.
Right. Well, yeah, I'm having so much fun getting back into Anthony's head. One thing that I just absolutely love about this series is how much energy I get to narrate with, and how much energy you put into the character. I'm wondering, in the next couple books, is there anything that's going to happen that you think might change Anthony's tune a little bit? Is he gonna, is he ever gonna get taken down a peg, or is he always gonna be this chipper, go forth attitude type of guy?
Things don't always go his way, and he does end up taking on probably more responsibility than he's comfortable with. Yeah, and he has to eventually rise to the occasion. But his core character is pretty locked. He's pretty set. it's
Good. I mean, in ways that's good, right? Like, I'm sure like there'll be spots where he's challenged, but like I don't know. I am really hoping that we stick to that positivity, because that's something that just helps drive me as I narrate, and like gets me, feeling like I'm even digging, like just like, oh, just getting into the what do you call it, the grind happily, and I think that's really cool that it kind of feels like almost exemplary of the genre. There's a lot of grinding in this genre, and I think that's something that some people complain about. But this book just completely revels in it. It completely, it leans right into the grinding aspect of LitRPG and does it with relish. Was this something that you kind of? Is this something you did consciously?
not exactly. One of the early things that was decided was sort of Anthony's attitude and approach to the dungeon was going to make the story. So you can either, like, if you have a human reborn as a monster, there's really two ways you can go with it. You can either have them be extremely dark and unhappy about the entire situation and have a sort of more somber story, or have them lean right into it, which lends itself to a more, a high energy and upbeat kind of vibe, which is definitely what I wanted to go for. So once you've locked that into place, the sort of feeling of the story, that dictates a lot of how you can approach the various challenges of the genre. And it kind of maintaining that light and humorous energy can carry you through a lot. So if you just throw yourself into things like it, as Anthony does, it becomes entertaining. It becomes fun.
Yeah. Well, I'm certainly glad to be on this end of things as far as LitRPG. I feel like that's kind of what I've been doing this whole time as a LitRPG narrator, is picking up all the stuff that's like just the weird bits of LitRPG. I'm like always doing like either the monster characters or, something that turns the genre on its head, or, both, right? In the case of Everybody Loves Large Chests. Do you feel like
Boxy Teen Morningwood?
Yes, indeed. About as like, to me, Everybody Loves Large Chests is a direct lampoon of the entire genre, including, the whole harem aspect and everything. So, I feel like lucky to be, always kind of on the bleeding edge of LitRPG, right? Where people are constantly, it's the metaist of the meta genre.
It's pushing the envelope, definitely. Well, something like Everybody Loves Large Chests is a lot more than Chrysalis in that respect.
Right. But Chrysalis is, I don't know, it's almost the opposite. It's like almost a love letter to LitRPG. Like it's
Very much
about
so.
it's about as pure as it gets. It's like not only is it LitRPG, but it knows it's LitRPG and it's super happy about it.
100%.
Yeah.
I love the genre. I absolutely love it. And I hope that comes through in the work.
Yeah, it certainly does. It certainly does. So what is have you gotten a lot of response from your readers about the audio? One thing that I'm curious about, because I didn't know this until I was well into, I don't know, maybe well into book 2 narrating it, that you actually had there was another narrator who was just kind of doing it for free and narrating on YouTube. I can't remember his name. I'm sorry. But I know that your readers kind of got used to him. And so I'm just curious what the response has been from those listeners and from your other readers who maybe haven't listened to it, like how everyone's feeling about how Anthony's being portrayed in this particular iteration.
The response has been overwhelmingly positive. I get asked more often about the audiobook release dates than I do the paperbacks.
Oh, wow. That's great.
There's a lot of love for your work out there, Jeff. I think initially maybe some people were taken aback by how Anthony sounded.
Mm-hmm.
Not sure how he might have sounded in other people's heads. But at this point, I think of your voice when I'm writing it.
Excellent. Excellent.
I think it's come across really, really well.
Glad to be of service in that regard.
There we go. Burrito. See what I mean?
Yeah. So, as far as books 4 and 5, what scene are you most looking forward to listening to?
Get some real drama at the end of book 5. Some real feels.
That's some of my.
I can definitely think of a scene in book 4 I'm looking forward to. Book 4 is, I don't know, have you seen the cover?
Yeah, it looks like he's got a corner, like he's it's between rounds in a boxing match, and he's got like these weird creatures in his corner.
Yep. So there's sort of a mini tournament arc in book 4. But, in order to win some of the matches, Anthony, in order to win one of the matches, Anthony has to employ the ancient technique, the techniques of the ancients. Namely rocket jumping. Which is a very fun scene.
Excellent. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that.
The betrayer, Frank. Absolutely.
Oh, down with Jim. I haven't met Jim yet. Okay, so about where am I going to encounter Jim? So I'm going to get about 45% into the book today. Do you think I'm going to encounter Jim?
I think you will, yeah.
Okay.
He'll be so Anthony will sort of, when he's wandering out on his own, he'll get captured.
Okay, great. So
Brought in alive, and he will meet with a character that will become almost a bit of a mentor to him in Ran. So if you see the cover with the 3 figures behind him, this one in the middle is Rannon, so they're from a race of Golgari, who comes with a second skin of rock and ore, which is why they look the way they do.
excuse me.
And Rannon will be, it's part of the series all the way up to current day. And you'll also meet some other monsters. Namely Sarah, who is a bear, and Jim, who's
right.
a worm.
Jim is a worm?
He's a worm.
Okay.
He's not an earthworm. Don't sniff him.
Gotcha. So I'm glad that you'll be here for when I encounter Jim, so that you can give me a little guidance on his voice. And last question I wanted to throw your way was how I forgot to ask how people are responding to Annie's performance for the rest of the family, the rest of the aunts. One thing that I was hoping that she would get across was that same ant energy.
Oh yeah, I've been loving it. The scene with the book 3 with the birth of the hatchlings.
Uh-huh.
That was amazing. The training of the hatchlings.
Mm-hmm.
I think she's doing a very great job. I've only had positive feedback. And the energy you guys are bringing to the series is just perfect. Joseph, when does book 5 come out? Doesn't have a release date yet.
What was that?
I was just seeing in the chat. Joseph was asking, when does book 5 come out? It doesn't have a release date at this moment.
Gotcha.
Hopefully it's not too far away.
Oh, and you also have another series out there right now. The Necromancer one, right?
Yeah, that's right. Book of the Dead.
Book of the Dead, right. And how is that one doing?
Yeah, it's doing well. Imagine a story with a completely opposite vibe to Chrysalis and its Book of the Dead.
Not underground.
No, definitely, like on the surface, people walking on the ground with 2 feet. Very grim, very sort of serious. With the exception of the one joke character, like asking to not put into something.
Right, and let's see, is book 2 of that already out?
No, that's coming out in December.
In December, okay. So, what do you, so December, like, do you think maybe book 5 won't be out this year for Chrysalis? If you're having that release? Or you're trying not to make them collide in release dates?
I mean, I'm not Atheon maybe. I don't really care. They can release them when they're ready, as far as I'm concerned. But they'll handle all that.
Gotcha.
Yeah, for rest, be careful if you. Careful. Oh, Jesus! Yeah, there's actually a few. Oh no. Yeah, you've got a few new groups to be introduced over the next 2 books. Got Leroy and the Immortals. You've got the Sleep Police.
What's that?
The Torpor Police.
Oh, the Torpor Police, you said?
Yeah. Imagine a group of ants who are ninjas. And they take Anthony's recommendation that the ants should make sure that they rest 8 hours a day very seriously.
Yeah.
To the point where they sneak around and abduct ants who are overworking and force them to sleep and massage them, cover them in shining Carapace oils, which they hate because they don't like being pampered.
They don't like what?
The ants hate being pampered.
Ah, right.
It makes them feel selfish, so they absolutely do their best to avoid Torpor Police.
Oh, that sounds amazing. So I cannot wait for Annie to handle that part. All right. Well, Antnap and Super Groom with a plushie. Frank Moore says.
Yep.
Full body Carapace wax.
The wax and shine, absolutely.
Well, that all sounds delightful. I'm really looking forward to encountering all of this. Thanks so much for coming in and talking about it. You feel free to hang out in the green room here. Just if you want to like mute and then like unmute whenever you want. As always, you can interrupt me at any point. I don't mind that at all. If
I'll do so aggressively.
Wrong. No. Say again?
I said I will do so aggressively, and then immediately corrected myself.
Yeah.
I won't do. But yeah, I'll be here.
Surprise me with a scream, whatever. Have fun with it.
If anyone's I'm sure that'd be the best thing in the middle of work.
Yeah.
Have a random Australian screaming at 3 a.m. Hey, you're very welcome, Frank. That's not an issue, man. I enjoy doing this.
All right.
If anyone's got a question, feel free to ask in the chat.
Oh yeah,
Jump
absolutely.
in.
I can take breaks between chapters, for questions and stuff. If you see something, just make a note and we can visit that in between.
No worries.
All right, cool.
I'm off.
All right, so guys, I'm going to take this little break opportunity to remind you guys to go to soundbooththeater.com and check out episode 2 of the Dungeon Crawler Carl audio immersion tunnel. That is called Ayudame. You will see the Hoarder as the cover of that one. I listened to episode 2 many times, probably more times than episode 1, and it's absolutely incredible. Ahmed, last minute, came up with this new mix that just makes everything so clear and puts everything in a very particular space in the audio. So it's like, just, the big challenge about using lots of sound effects and music and voices is that they can get crowded in the mix. They can get kind of jumbled up and compressed together, and it's kind of hard to tell it all apart. Well, he's separated it all out, and the EQ is just amazing. So don't forget to pick up episode 2 if you haven't already. If you haven't listened to the new series at all, episode 1 is free. And come on, focus here. And today's also the last day of our Halloween sale, so go take advantage of that as well. You can find that in the link in the description of this YouTube video. You can find our landing page for the sale, and you can see all our spookiest titles are 20% off. Anyway, here goes on to chapter 36 of Chrysalis 4. Hold on, I'm getting further harassed through text here, and oh my goodness. Oh, okay. Yep. Just, it's amazing what people will do. I'm feeling flustered by that last batch of texts from my current harasser. So, anyway,
Chapter 36. Light the Way. It doesn't take long before the sheer, overwhelming darkness wears me down. I can't take it anymore. I've had it right up to the tips of my antennae. Through constant use, my mana sense is improving, but too slowly to satisfy my need for sweet and tender sensory input. Therefore, I decide to push my minds even harder and craft up a fire mana construct. One of my weaker subminds is maintaining the healing mana construct, while the other tackles the fire construct, and the more powerful submind alternates operating the two in order to keep Tiny's health topped off and provide fire mana for me to produce some damn light. Having to upkeep the constructs is hard for the subbrains, right on the edge of their capabilities, and it won't be long until they start to ache under the strain. Whatever, they'll just have to toughen up. Whatever! They'll just have to toughen up. The spell is simple. The spell is simple enough, thank goodness, much less demanding than the flamethrower. The end result is a ball of fire that sits a metre above my head. With concentration, I'm able to move it around and feed it more mana in order to increase the intensity of the light. Of course, there are drawbacks. The heat source so close to my antennae makes me... The heat source so close to my antennae makes them light up and constantly blast me with a strong signal, like having a powerful smell right under your nose.
nope.
The heat source so close to my antennae makes them light up and constantly blast me with the strong signal, like having a powerful smell right under your nose all the time. It's not a bad smell, just strong and constant. The other issue is, although my compound eyes that face forward are now able to see something, those pointing straight at the flame are constantly overwhelmed by the light.
Damn.
The other issue is, although my compound eyes that face forward are now able to see something, Those pointing straight at the flame are constantly overwhelmed by the light, which, here in this lightless realm, is freaking bright! After 10 minutes, my eyes are so sore I ask Chrysalis to intervene. With care, she's able to extend a few slender tentacles to form a bridge above my eyes that shields them from direct light. The very first pair of ant sunglasses has been invented. Sort of. With that, we're finally a little more comfortable. No. With that, we're finally a little more comfortable to explore the expanse, which, to be honest, is extremely creepy. The tangle of overgrown corals. Coral. It's like the lead from Walking Dead saying Carl. Coral. The tangle of overgrown corals are like gigantic reeds made of stone. The tangle of overgrown corals are like gigantic roots made of stone that have woven together to form a three-dimensional maze dozens of meters high. Under the light, the endless nooks and hollows flicker with shadows that hint of tunnels and openings, only for them to fade to nothing as we draw closer. And there's monsters here. Lots of them. We can't spot them, really, but I can hear them and sense their manner as they duck and dart with speed and grace, whilst we trudge like snails. I swear, if I don't find and chomp one of these creatures soon, I'm going to start going wild on these corals. The only thing holding me back is the suspicion that they might all collapse on my head were I to try. The only thing holding me back is the suspicion that they might all collapse on my head were I to try. Crynis is perfectly happy here, riding on my back and soaking in the thick manner that matches her affinity perfectly. Tiny shares my irritation. Being close to my own size, he shares my struggle to navigate the narrow openings. Being close to my own size, he shares my struggle to navigate the narrow openings we squeeze through. Just when I think I can't take it any more, I poke my head through a gap between two rival corals and notice a clearing ahead with some actual open space. At last! Even better, it's full of monsters to fight! Tiny, Crynis, something to do! Let's crack in! I cheer and charge into open air, because naturally, we were 10 metres off the ground at this point. I can't make myself care about it. I slam into the ground, my legs straining under the pressure, releasing unpleasant popping sounds. Thankfully, they don't break. In front of me is what appears to be a nest of some sort of crab monster. In front of me is what appears to be a nest of some sort of crab monster. They've carved a depression that resembles a bowl into the floor of the expanse. Smaller crabs skitter about, startled by our descent, and in the main central area, the crabs are big and nasty-looking. Instead of crab legs, they have slippery tentacles that support their hard, shell-covered bodies. Their faces are a mass of writhing polyps tipped with dripping limbs, making them resemble a cluster of sea anemones more than anything else. Their faces are a mass of writhing polyps tipped with dripping limbs, making them resemble a cluster of sea anemones more than anything else. I pump more mana into my firelight to study the creatures better. They flinch back from the flame. I don't believe they have eyes, but I think the heat scares them. Nonetheless, the larger and more powerful specimens come forward to shape up to us, flexing claws filled with narrow spikes that weep a dark black fluid. Always with the toxins down here. It's starting to get annoying. I have the remove poison spell, but I'd like to have more protection against it. My Carapace has been the best defense so far, since the monsters have a hard time penetrating. My Carapace has been the best defense so far. My Carapace has been the best defense so far, since the monsters have a hard time penetrating to inflict their nastiness on me. If they happen to get through, I want to be able to resist. If I open up my menu and find poison resistance that I haven't purchased, I'm going to get super irritated. Tiny, try not to get poisoned. I want you to hit him with lightning and stay light. Tiny, try not to get poisoned. I want you to hit him with Tiny, try not to get poisoned. I want you to hit him with lightning and lightning. Not lightning. Blech. Fucking accents, man. Tiny, try not to get poisoned. I want you to hit him with lightning and stay light on those twinkle toes of yours. Got it? One more time. I need to get this one right. Tiny, try not to get poisoned. I want you to hit him with lightning and stay light on those twinkle toes of yours. Got it? He nods, reluctant. Playing defensive isn't his style, but he's going to have to cope with it for the time being. If he's careful, he can still get his swings in. Cryness, go wild. I will, Master. Let's do it! Full of vigour, I charged toward the massive crabs, my mandibles flexing with anticipation. The larger crabs are big boys, as tall as I am and with plenty of mass. No way they aren't tier 4. They don't back down and come rushing in on their tentacle legs to meet us, faces writhing in a disgusting manner. Let's see if your shell is able to match up to this. Omen Chomp! Let's see if your shell is able to match up to this. Manner. Let's see if your shell is able to match up to this. Omen Chomp! Like the manifestation of an angry god, the two dark jaws manifest and slam shut in time with my own, catching the crab meters in front of me. Like the manifestation of an angry god, the two dark jaws manifest and slam shut in time with my own, catching the crab meters in front of me. With a massive crunch, its shell begins to crack under the pressure. The crab falls back into its allies, arms... you fucker. The crab falls back into its allies, arms swinging wildly, and I step back a little to create space. I need a little room to raise my rear end high and unleash my acid. Pow, 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 pow! I blast out 4 quick shots, not aiming at anything specific, just hoping to cause a little chaos. Tiny has to heed my orders, and rather than leap into the middle of the thick cluster of crustaceans, he dances along the edge, arms swinging and delivering powerful shocks to everything he hits. This, of course, makes me the focus of attention, and it isn't long before more crabs slither around their injured comrades to surround me. Luckily, I have an anti-surround weapon on hand, which I call Cryness. Let me do something here. Forgot to make a mark for Annie. Tentacles explode from the ball on my back, snatching up crabs left and right. A second after she grabs one, the air becomes... A second after she grabs one, the air becomes filled with the high-pitched screech of her barbs scratching away at those dense shells. Desperate to free themselves, the crabs snap at her limbs with their claws, tearing and ripping them as much as they can. Some crabs are able to escape, but others aren't as lucky. Some crabs are able to escape, but others aren't as lucky. With their outer defences broken, the poor creatures are as weak as I myself would be, and quickly fall. Come on, crabs! I'm still hungry.
All right, and that's a chapter. Oh boy. Sorry. I'm laughing at my harasser's attempts to distract me. All right, here goes.
Chapter 37. Crustacean Sensation. I hope these crabs taste good. After all the nasty monsters we've had to eat on the second stratum so far, I'm hoping they live up to the reputation of earth crabs for being delicious. Although, I suppose I ought to finish the fight first. Omen chomp! Crunch! Another crab reels, its shell cracking and splinters flying in all directions. The disgusting mass of anemones on its face roil and grasp for me, but I'm already moving. My fast reflexes and future sense thrive in a situation like this. Despite monsters surrounding me, I'm able to move deftly with a speed that belies my large size. My synapses fire with incredible speed. Claws reach and gross mouth parts seek to drill into me, and in the midst of it all, I shift my position with precision. Angle the carapace here, shift my legs, tilt my body to the left. Each movement presents a better angle. Each time I step with my 6 legs, I'm able to dodge by a hair. They strike my carapace repeatedly. The sharp spines and the claws are damn sharp. Whenever they grab at me, they chip into my hard shell, trying to inject their venom. So far, my carapace holds. It's actually starting to give me a great sense of pride. How's that, you damn crabs? Your shells are nothing before us, but mine hold strong. The ant reigns supreme yet again! But if the fight drags on too long, they might put my endurance to the test.
Try that again.
But if the fight drags on too long, they might put my endurance to the test. But if the fight drags on too long, they might put my endurance to the test. Although the inner carapace plating is doing its sweet work, I don't want to put it to the test, and neither do I want to rely on my healing gland too much. I need to save it for replacing legs more than healing chips in my precious diamond.
Diamonds.
I need to save it for replacing legs more than healing chips in my precious diamond carapace, even if they aggravate me. Stupid crabs! Omen chomp! Crunch! Enjoy that, you stupid crab! Although I'm starting to get tired. Too many uses of the omen chomp in a row is a massive drain on the stamina. I'll have to shelve it for a moment to let myself recover and do something to get these monsters off of me. Solar flare! I pump mana into my fireball, and it blasts the clearing with light, chasing away the shadows and sending the creatures skittering back in fear. Nice! Since they fear the heat so much, I'll just have to give them an extra dose. Using my mind to shape the spell, I draw out more fire mana and feed it into... Excuse me. Using my main mind to shape the spell, I draw out more fire mana and feed it into a basic bolt pattern. I'm familiar enough with this shape and I can whip it out in seconds, even with the minor adjustments for the fire mana. Shortly, I have a rough and ready fireball ready to throw. I blast it at the closest monster. It reacts sharply, flinging up its claws to keep the hateful heat at bay. Surprisingly, the monster doesn't burn. I was kind of expecting it to light up like a candle, but no such pyrotechnics take place. However, the crab definitely hates it. After absorbing the bolt, bolt, after absorbing the bolt, after absorbing the bolt, it begins writhing on the ground, out of the action. I'll take it. I put my strongest submind onto the task of spitting out fire bolts and concentrate my efforts on biting, firing acid, and making a general nuisance of myself. Let's try that one more time too. I put my strongest submind onto the task of spitting out fire bolts and concentrate my efforts on biting, firing acid, and making a general nuisance of myself. Tiny is busy ripping up the outside of the fight, and Chrysalis is working hard to keep the monsters from swarming me. Every firebolt puts a crab down, even without dealing fatal damage. They're easy pickings for a quick chomp. Like this, we rip through the clearing until the only monsters left are the smallest crabs, tier 1s probably, scuttling away into the coral forest, slipping into gaps through which we can't hope to follow. Nice work, team! Whew! Tiny, I'm impressed you did so well following directions. Thanks to that, you aren't dead! Chrysalis, nice support, you did great. I pat her with an antenna, causing her to freeze in place with joy. She's still working on that, apparently. We've claimed this clearing for the colony! We have claimed this clearing for the colony! Our first piece of territory in this expanse! In the entire second stratum! Though I don't think we can claim it for long. At the centre of the depression, right at the bottom, is a dense pool of mana. Spawn point. Explains why the crabs occupied this territory. Very normal behaviour for monsters with a base level of intelligence, so the Sophos told me. They like to grade monster intelligence based on a few simple behaviours. Apparently, the dumbest monsters are usually physically powerful roamers, wandering about, smashing stuff until they either become too powerful to stop and take over an area, or more likely they get eaten when they run into something stronger. Above them, you have pack hunters, creatures with some level of social behaviour in order to overcome relatively weaker individual strength. Try that one more time. Above them, you have pack hunters, creatures with some level of social behaviour in order to overcome relatively weaker individual strength. Above them, you have pack hunters, creatures with some level of social behaviour in order to overcome relatively weaker individual strength. Above them, you have crude societal structures, like these crabs or even the claw centipedes, at least smart enough to form a group around a spawn point and act together in mutual defence. Of course, higher than that, you have things things maybe like what my colony was. Of course, higher than that, you have things like what my colony was. Creatures capable of sophisticated social behaviours. Naturally, higher than this is the monsters who begin to approach human intelligence. Naturally, higher than this is the monsters who begin to approach human intelligence, alone or in groups. They're a much greater threat than anything else. According to the Sophos, monsters tend to get either smarter, stronger, or both. Fuck. According to the Sophos, monsters tend to get either smarter, stronger, or both the lower you go into the dungeon. These crabs seem to be literal bottom feeders. Which tells me there are much stronger creatures we'll have to contend with. It's kind of nice not to be top dog. After sensing that massive leviathan earlier, I'm quite certain I'm not even close to the biggest and baddest monster down here. Which is exciting. A new challenge! A great feast! I can't wait. For now, we need to count our gains from this crab harvest. I got quite a few skill ups. Omen Chomp, healing mana, fire mana, general defensive abilities. I even got a level. Quite the profitable fight. Hopefully, Chrysalis and Tiny reaped an even greater reward. Time to eat!
You have consumed a new source of biomass. Allium Major Capsule, rank 4. You are awarded 1 biomass. Allium Major Capsule, Greater Claw Anemone, rank 4. A hybrid between a successful plant species and a crustacean archetype, the Greater Claw Anemone has a strong... The Greater Claw Anemone has a strong defense and multiple ways to apply deadly poison. Beware its mouthparts, which are capable of tunneling through flesh to consume its victims from within.
Wow, that's horrifying. Also, the taste is awful. These crabs have made it onto my hit list.
Done. Chapter out the way. Man, this is another reason I absolutely love narrating this series. The chapters just go by so quick.
Short, sharp.
What's that?
Short and sharp.
Yeah, short and sharp, exactly. I mean, why don't all writers do it this way? You need to teach them all a thing or two, Rhino.
I think the main reason it's like this is because when I started writing it, my main web novel diet was largely Chinese web novels.
Okay.
And they get paid by the chapter.
Oh, I see.
So their stories are extraordinarily long and have sort of much shorter and sharper chapters.
Yeah. Well, even as a reader, it's so much easier for me to remember what chapter I am than on what page I am. And especially on the internet, or Kindle or whatever, when pages kind of don't mean anything, the chapter's kind of essential for keeping track of where you are. But for me, it also sets rhythm as a reader. Like if I start to read a chapter that's a bit too long, even if what's going on in it is interesting, I also start to lose focus as a reader. So
I do think it helps the series keep its energy. You've got roughly 1,200 words a chapter, and you want something interesting to be happening in every single chapter.
Right.
So there's always going to be something happening.
Yeah. No, that's one of the reasons. I think that's probably one of the reasons why I get through them so fast, because I don't get bogged down at all. You know, a chapter is almost over as soon as it begins, so I just plunge right through. All right, chapter 38.
Chapter 38. Digesting gains. The taste may be terrible, but the rewards are good. The taste may be terrible, but the rewards are good. Ever since I was reborn in this dungeon, the one thing that has remained constant is my belief that level-ups are delicious. With some biomass under my belt and a little peace and quiet here in this clearing, it's an ideal time to take stock and mutate a little. With some biomass under my belt and a little peace and quiet here in this clearing, it's an ideal time to take stock and mutate a little. A chance to fortify ourselves before we continue our mission of conquest. All right then, squad. Time to mutate and upgrade anything you need to. We'll get it done before we set forth. All right, Master. Ooh. Tiny's excited. Speaking of which, better heal him.
Healing magic affinity has reached level 5.
Ooh, nice! I can spend a point to upgrade that to the next level. Maybe it'll give me the secret medicine I need to rip foreign mana out of Tiny's body. In fact, I might as well go through all my skills, be a little more thorough. There's a couple of things that have come a long way. There's a couple of things that have come a long way since I'd last gone through There's a couple of things that have come a long way since I'd last gone through my full status. My core shaping skills that I practice with the Sophos have levelled nicely. I've been continuing to train with every core we can spare, but mastering the fusion techniques has proven difficult. I'm certain I'll be able to, it's just going to take more time. My defensive skills are levelling at a good pace, my mental skills also. My defensive skills are levelling at a good pace, my mental skills also. I've had to spend a lot of skill points on upgrading recently. Never thought I'd ever run out. I still have 7 in the bank, but that could disappear in a flash. Fuck, what am I doing? I still have 7 in the bank, but that could disappear in a flash, especially if I try another skill fusion. I've been considering ever since I purchased the fire magic affinity, why not get all the elemental affinities and aim for the fusion of all 4? Yeah. I've been considering ever since I purchased the fire magic affinity, why not get all the elemental affinities and aim for the fusion of all 4? The elemental mastery skill sounds powerful. People usually don't go for it, since the time required to raise each of the skills to an appropriate rank is a drain. But with multiple brains on the job, I can just let saliva just kind of go all over the place and flood my entire mouth. Rank is a drain. But with multiple brains on the job, I might be able to get there. Elemental spells are proving more useful than I expected. I don't know when I'll finally get access to the gravity magic affinity. May as well go for it. But not yet. For now, there's other business to attend. And what's that business? Mutation, naturally. It's time for me to once again indulge in the love of Carapace. I'm determined that the first thing to reach plus 25 is going to be my exoskeleton. It couldn't possibly be anything else. But to go from plus 20 to plus 25 is going to take some serious biomass. 115 smackers, just for this. For one upgrade. But for my precious Carapace, it's worth it. The last upgrade took me from true diamond Carapace to hardened true diamond Carapace, which further toughened the sections of Carapace bonded to the tough diamond exterior. There's probably going to be a ton of options again, but I'm all on... There's probably going to be a ton of options again, but I'm all in on diamond. I will be unbreakable!
Would you like to upgrade hardened true diamond Carapace to plus 25? This will cost 115 biomass.
Confirm it! Don't even talk to me about the cost!
At this level, you may choose a mutation advancement. Select from the menu.
There are so many options, but I don't care. I won't be distracted. I rush through the menu searching for the upgrades that will further let me walk the path of shiny diamonds. Aha! Here it is.
Complete Diamond Carapace. Expands the range of diamond coating to cover... Expands the range of diamond coating to cover the entire exoskeleton.
It's here. Finally, the time when my entire exterior. It's here. Finally, the time when my entire exterior is coated with precious diamond. I don't know why, but I've become addicted to feeling this expensive. To improve matters, this is going to remove the last weak points in my exterior. No more worrying about whether a stray stab is going to magically stab straight through me. Now, all attacks must go through the full might of the diamond Carapace. Confirm it! Confirm it immediately! It's just so bad. We're starting strong here, and it's spreading so fast. My entire carapace feels like it's on fire in an instant. I can feel the sections of diamond coating covering the last of me, crawling over my face, tracing the edges of my eyes, and running up to the base of my antennae. It's becoming encased, and it's glorious.
I gotta hear that because it might be unintelligible.
It's here. Finally, the time when my entire exterior...
Not that yet.
Confirm it immediately. It's just so bad. We're starting strong here, and it's spreading so fast. My entire carapace feels like it's on fire in an instant. I can feel the sections of diamond coating covering the last of me, crawling over my face, tracing the edges of my eyes, and running up to the base of my antennae. It's becoming encased, and it's glorious.
There we go. Okay, that's all right. I think it works.
When the itch fades away, I'm happy enough that I could ignore the odd looks I get from Tiny and Crynis. There are a ton of other things that I could have upgraded first, but I'm glad I went through with the Carapace mutation. I have the satisfaction that at least one body part is prepared for the next evolution. I only have 48 biomass left, enough to do a little bit of work with, but I'll leave it for now. At the end of the reflection session, my status looks like this. But if you don't particularly care, you can just hit that skip next... But if you don't particularly care, you can hit that skip chapter button. Fuck. But if you don't particularly care, you can do a little tippy tap on the next chapter button.
Okay. Mark these 4 chapters. 1, 2, 3.5. And 30, what was it? 30, 38. 38A.
Name, Anthony. Level, 16. Rare. Rare core, probably, right? Rare core. Rare core, rank 5. Might, 91. Toughness, 79. Cunning, 64. Will, 55. HP, 158 out of 158. MP, 250 out of 250. Skills. General. Expert Excavation, Level 7, Rank 3. Expert Grip, Level 1, Rank 3. Advanced Stealth, Level 9, Rank 2. Tunnel Map, Level 9, Rank 2. Iron Mind, Level 4, Rank 4. Expert Stamina, Level 9, Rank 3. Profound
Come on, Burp, go away. Burp or get off the toilet or something.
Profound Meditation, Level 14, Rank 3. Flicker Dash, Level 9, Rank 3. Mana Transformation, Level 19, Rank 3. Advanced Condensed Mana, Level 10, Rank 3. Finer External Mana Manipulation, Level 9, Rank 3. Mana Coveter, Level 5, Rank 3. Is that a plane?
It's a plane. Or something. Sounds like a plane. Even in my booth, a plane would create problems for me, though. I'm going to check on my little harassment campaign here. Oh, my goodness. Yep, just, reliving the trauma there. Where'd it go? Expanded mana sensing, is that where I was?
Level 5, rank 3.
Expert water magic.
Expert water magic affinity, level 3, rank 3. Empowered mind magic affinity, level 1, rank 3. Expanded mana sensing, level 6, rank 3. Enhanced healing magic affinity, level 1, rank 2. Fire magic affinity, level 4, rank 1. Pet. Distant pet communication, level 5, rank 2. Core surgery, level 14, rank 3. Pet growth speed, level 1, rank 1. Defensive. Expert exoskeleton defense, level 19, rank 3. Advanced dodge, level 2, rank 2. Advanced endure, level 2, rank 2. Grace, level 4, rank 1. Offensive. Deadly acid shot, level 9, rank 3. Expert precise shooting, level 2, rank 3. Omen chomp, level 6, rank 4. Mutations. Senses. Heightened perimeter eyes, plus 20. Oracle antennae, plus 20. Oracle antennae, plus 20. Defense. Complete diamond carapace, plus 25. Supportive healing inner carapace plating, plus 20. Physical. Tough, rapid osmotic legs, plus 20. Bright, empowered mandibles, plus 20. Potent regrowth regeneration gland, plus 20. Convincing pheromone gland, plus 20. Selective gluttonous stomach, plus 20. Instant twitch musculature, plus 10. Wide-gated subneural network, plus 10. Acid. Mana feasting bind. Mana feasting bind acid. Mana feasting bind acid. Fuck. Mana feasting bind acid. What is going on with me? Mana feasting bind acid, plus 20. Hyperpressurized acid nozzle, plus 10. Thickened potent acid concentration gland, plus 10. Rapid fatiguing acid stimulation gland, plus 10. Mental. Indomitable coordination cortex, plus 20. Mana. Unending gravity magic gland, plus 20. Vast collective will vestibule, plus 5. Species, juvenile colony paragon, Formica sapiens. Skill points, 7. Biomass, 48. That's a long one. All right, guys, it's time to move out.
Oh no. Okay, so I don't know what to do in this instance. It's just one line that kind of has its own chapter. Rhino, how would you feel if someone skipped that very last line? If we attached that to the end of the whole stat read, and people were like, I'm skipping the stats, and then they miss out on that one line.
All right, guys, it's time to move out.
I'm having a hard time hearing you. Hold on a second. Oh, Jesus.
What happened?
Okay, I just turned off the background noise reduction again, and it was crazy loud. Okay. I think you're back though. I think I'm hearing you now.
Sorry. Yeah, I would just include it in the stat read.
Okay.
Rather than create a second chapter with one line in it. That would probably just be annoying, obviously. Question from Frank. If Anthony was all about stealth, why shiny diamond? Well, he was all about stealth when he didn't really have any choice, Frank.
Right.
He's not especially stealthy in the current chapters, I'm sure you'd agree.
No, not especially. Especially, what is he? The size of a caravan right now?
I'm talking about the chapters that I'm writing now.
Oh, I see.
So you're reading, okay, somewhere in the
Yeah, about how?
500s and 600s.
Okay, so yeah, about how far, like relative to where you're riding on Royal Road? About how far are we?
I'd say you're about almost halfway.
Okay, not bad, not bad. We're catching up.
Yeah, so in the current chapters, he's more like truck-sized.
You said croc-sized?
Truck.
Truck. Okay, like pickup truck or
Not like road truck.
like a semi?
Yeah,
Oh, here, where we are, or where you are?
where I am.
Okay. Okay. Jesus.
The journey to Kaiju.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to that. Chapter 39. Advancing into the unknown. The nice thing about having this flame as it gives the sweet light into this dark world of shadow is it gives. The nice thing about having this flame is it gives the sweet light into this dark world of shadow. That's great. I'm a huge fan. The bad part about it is that we essentially have a signal fire to every monster with the eyes to see it. Perhaps they can even feel the flickering heat my orb of flame emits. Seems unlikely, but it's the only source of heat I've found down here, so maybe they can. After we leave the crab cavern, it becomes apparent that whatever creatures have been flicking about on the edge of our awareness have continued to track us. Chrynus is the first to notice, with her highly sensitive ability to track mana sources. Whatever they are, these monsters are slick, able to sneak away any time we attempt to get an eye on them. They're also smart. Perhaps a pack monster, seeing as there's a quite... Perhaps a pack monster, seeing as there's quite a few of them out there, enough to keep tabs on us from all directions at once. Organised, numerous, and cunning. I don't like it. At least I can assume they're weak, otherwise they would have come for us already. They know where we are, they know we're alone, it's perfect. Clearly, they think they still can't take us, which means they're waiting for an opportunity or for juicier prey to come along. It's frustrating, but since I can't seem to hunt these creatures down and fight them on my own terms, I'll just have to keep moving. I'll just have to keep moving forward with the expectation that whenever we get into a fight, we might also have a deal with a pack of slippery somethings. Have to deal with. It's frustrating, but since I can't seem to hunt these creatures down and fight them on my own terms, I'll just have to keep moving forward with the expectation that whenever we get into a fight, we might also have to deal with a pack of slippery somethings. I wonder if they didn't jump into the crab fight so they could watch us fight. If so, they might be smarter than I thought. Or perhaps they were busy feasting on the little crabs that escaped. Whatever, it's time to move on. Our business done, Tiny, Chrynus and I get mobile once more and hit the road. Except in this case, it's less of a road and more of a horrific dark stone coral jungle of death.
With the flame burning bright, we're able to navigate a little more carefully, which helps a great deal. The atmosphere down here is oppressive. Despite being an ant, I find the coral jungle kind of claustrophobic. There's no order, no pattern. Instead of neat tunnels and friendly scent trails, there's just a tangled mass. Instead of neat tunnels and friendly scent trails, there's just a tangled mass of pain in the backside. Instead of neat tunnels and friendly scent trails, there's a tangled mass of pain in the backside. Instead of neat tunnels and friendly scent trails, there's just a tangled mass of pain in the backside. I've had it! Let's see if we can get a little height. I've had it! Let's see if we can get a little height. Master? The stone corals and plants. The stone corals and plants reached up to a point and then stop, right? We could climb up to the top of the corals and walk along that. We don't have to struggle to push our way through this mess. If we sense anything below us, we can just crawl down and fight it. So, we should cover way more ground this way. Okay. Crynis is happy enough to agree. We choose paths that take us a little higher, and I immediately notice that the higher up you go, the more free space we see. It makes sense that things would free up, I suppose. The other thing I notice is that with more space comes more monsters. Woo! After squeezing our way up, we run into more spiders, a lower tier than that nasty bug we fought up in the tunnels, but assuredly the same base species. Tiny goes nuts the moment he sees them skittering along the stone and baring their fangs. Lightning crackles and flashes across his hands, and he blasts every spider in sight with both barrels. A dozen of the eight-legged pests are exterminated in moments before he then decides he's not satisfied, blasting them from a distance, and runs in to get his fists dirty. I think he's holding a grudge against these spiders. I suppose it can't be too comfortable having this mana constantly ripping up his body. He doesn't seem to react much to what I'm sure must be a quite painful ailment. He doesn't seem to react much to what I'm sure... He doesn't seem to react much to what I'm sure must be a quite painful ailment, but clearly he's mad about it. One more time. He doesn't seem to react much to what I'm sure must be a quite painful ailment, but clearly he's mad about it. There we go. Let's go and support! Let's go and support, Crynis! These spiders are likely only tier 2 or 3, and we make short work of them. I crunch any that come close with my mandibles and flare my fireball every now and again to scare them, which makes them easy pickings for Crynis. 30 of the hideous beasts are destroyed with ease, and it's time to feast once more. Make sure to gather up any cores you find, guys! Make sure to gather up any cores you find, guys! I remind my pets as we munch on the biomass. Our income of cores has been fantastic down here. Alright, I messed that line up again. Make sure to gather up any cores you find, guys! I remind my pets as we munch on the biomass. I remind my pets as we munch on the biomass. Our income of cores has been fantastic down here. Come on. Burp or not or something. Let's go. Let's go. Burp, burp, burp. Nope. Okay. The spherical mana stones seem more common in the second stratum as opposed to the first. Up there, maybe 1 in 5 monsters had a core, unless they were close to a source of mana they could absorb. Nope. Up there, maybe 1 in 5 monsters had a core, unless they were close to a source of mana they could absorb. Down here, where the ambient mana is thicker, down here, where the ambient mana is thicker,
No, down here. Sometimes the accent just gets mixed up in my head and I'm like uncertain for no good reason. Down here, where the ambient mana is thicker, the ratio is closer to 1 and 2. For monsters tier 3 and over, it's more like 90%. Creatures who don't form a core run into a wall pretty quickly, outclassed by their kin, who are able to absorb more mana and gain more from each evolution. I made the right call all that time ago. I knew I was right! Forming the core immediately was absolutely the right choice. It's nice to have one's choices reinforced in such a direct manner. I gained a few skill levels from the fight and another 30 biomass, which is a nice haul. Tiny did most of the damage, so I didn't gain a level, but crucially, my fire magic affinity reached level 5, so I can rank that skill up. The knowledge of new, totally sweet fire magic starts to seep into my brain the moment I confirm the upgrade, dropping my available skill points down to 6. To make matters worse, I pick up the earth magic affinity, putting them down to 5. To make matters worse, I pick up the earth magic affinity, putting them down to 5. They seemed too plentiful at one point. Now I'm starting to run dry. Oh well, hopefully I'll start to level faster once we get into more fights. It shouldn't take long before we find a few. There's bound to be some action up on top of the corals. All right, that was a super short one. Chapter 40. The Upper Reef. The closer we come to the top of the coral jungle, the more life I'm able to see. My mana sense is detecting signs of energy up to 50 meters away at its current rank, and it's clear there is a whole lot more going on above. We begin to encounter new forms of monster as well. To my amazement, they're more fish-like, matching the Leviathan I saw when we entered in their ability. To my amazement, they're more fish-like, matching the Leviathan I saw when we entered in their ability to swim through the shadow mana. We spot an eel with the appearance of a large lamprey with 3 heads. I thought a single lamprey mouth was horrific enough, but the Cerberus effect took the disgust to a whole new level. The horrible thing launches itself out of the shadows and latches onto Tiny. A quick snap of the mandibles is enough to sever the body in twain, but the many teethed heads require Crinus to dig them out before I can heal the suffering ape. What a nasty creature. Naturally, we eat it, and I'm interested to see what the dungeon has to say. Okay. Sanguisugai? Sanguisugai? Let's see if I can figure this one out. What's that? Alright, I'm hearing you again. What's up?
Got a weird word, haven't we?
Yeah, it's a Latin.
Ah.
Sanguisugai. I'm so bad at remembering Latin pronunciation stuff.
I wish I knew anything about Latin when I started doing this.
Alright, here it goes.
Sanguisugai.
Sanguisugai. Yep, alright. So, Sanguisugai Rapax? Oh.
Rapax.
Rapax. Okay. To say.
Sanguisugai Rapax. Ravenous Leech, rank 3. This creature is extremely adept at stealth, able to hide its body and conceal its mana signature with ease. Once latched onto its prey, it will attempt to burrow its head inside, feeding on the life energy and draining the mana from its victim. Be aware, they can regrow their body from the head, so ensure all of the creature is destroyed.
Oh. That's...
Yuck.
Sorry, getting notifications somewhere.
Yuck.
If we'd been a little slower, I would have tunneled into Tiny's body. If we'd been a little slower, it would have tunneled into Tiny's body and regrown itself. I may be an ant, but that thought makes me nauseous. And what's more, it drains the mana out of your body. This is the first I've heard of a creature who can eat mana from another creature. Wait a second. If it can eat the mana from inside another creature, is there a chance it could drain the offending shadow mana still rampaging through Tiny's body? We might need to experiment with this. I'm sure Tiny will be excited. I'm sure Tiny will be excited. Medicinal leeches might be making a comeback! Trying to keep an eye out for more leeches, we continue our climb and soon run into another swimming monster. This time it's just straight up, unapologetically, a fish. Darting around a thick frond of shadow seaweed, it comes at us like a dart. Almost 3 feet long and with razor-sharp barbs for teeth, it's a literal nightmare piranha. Sadly for the fish, it's not quick enough to avoid getting snatched out of the air by Chrysalis and torn apart. I insist on eating what's left to check the profile.
Umbra Solmo. Umbra Solmo. Shadow salmon. Rank 1. This base fish species is weak on its own, but deadly in a school. Their teeth are powerful, and their only weapon of note.
Explains why the monster was relatively small and unthreatening, only a tier 1. After a few evolutions, though, it could prove to be quite scary. The main question I have: how the heck are these creatures able to fly? Is it a property of their shadow flesh? Crynis, do you feel like you could swim through the air down here? I don't think so, Master. It's hard to explain, but the air feels tangible, like I can take hold of it, shape it, should I want to. Does that help? Not really. Maybe try and experiment a little. See what you can make happen. If there's some cool stuff you can do in this stratum, it will only help us out. If there's some cool stuff you can do in this stratum, it will only help us out. If there's some cool stuff you can do in this stratum, it will only help us out. Okay. From that moment on, Crynis begins to constantly wave a few tentacles, feeling out the mana and trying to do something with it. I don't know how her efforts are going, but hopefully something comes of it. In the meantime, we keep pushing our way upward and eventually make it to the top of the corals and find a whole new world laid out before us. Just as I suspected, this is a reef. And like any reef that exists under the ocean, it is teeming with monstrous life. The wide open spaces above are no longer empty, but full of fish monsters, eel monsters, and all sorts of other critters. Nope. The wide open spaces above are no longer empty, but full of fish monsters, eel monsters, and all sorts of other critters, swimming about, avoiding each other. Fuck.
All right, let's try again. The wide open spaces above. The wide open spaces above are no longer empty, but full of... The wide open spaces above are no longer empty, but full of fish monsters, eel monsters, and all sorts of other critters, swimming about, avoiding each other, hunting each other, or generally minding their own business. Schools of small fish monsters move together in strange harmony, darting this way and that at blinding speeds as they seek prey. Along the top of the corals are other monsters, like crabs, spiders, even a few slugs fighting each other for space, no doubt wanting to lure in willing biomass from above. My mana sense tingles with the abundance of sources, but strangely, I feel as if I'm the centre of attention, as if all of these sources are pointing at me. Curious, I flare my ever-present ball of fire by pumping some extra mana into it, beating back the shadows a bit farther to see my eyes can see. So my eyes. Curious, I flare my ever-present ball of fire by pumping some extra mana into it, beating back the shadows a bit farther so my eyes can see. What is revealed is that every monster up here has turned their mainly eyeless faces towards me, or more specifically, my little ball of fire. If I'm not mistaken, their faces are full of what I can only describe as wordless rage. I freeze under so much attention. Very slowly, I bring the level of flame down to its previous state, but even now, I can't quite bring myself to dismiss it. Perhaps they'll be okay with just a little flame? Tiny? Chrynus? Let's head down a touch, okay? I don't think these guys appreciate magic fire. I don't think these guys appreciate fire magic. The three of us move slowly and non-threateningly as we climb down the coral branches. The three of us move slow and non-threateningly as we climb down the coral branches. My claws are gripping tight to the stony surface, but my mind is laser-focused on the area above. After about 10 seconds, I sense something rush toward us. Haul ass! Get down now! We frantically skitter downward, and I flare the fireball, revealing dozens of angry salmon darting in closer at breakneck speed. Omen chomp! My mandibles slam shut, but the fish are small and display remarkable agility, slipping through or changing direction so only 2 fish are caught in my bite. In moments, they're upon us, snapping at the three of us. My Carapace holds up nicely, but Tiny and Chrynus are less fortunate as the creatures try to take chunks out of them. Tiny unleashes a burst of electricity that the fish shy away from, whilst Chrynus unfolds dozens of tentacles that lash out at them. And wouldn't you know it, this is the time our shadowy pursuers decide to pounce. Excuse me. Okay. No, come on. Oh boy. All right, one more chapter and I'm going to take a tiny break. Where are we at? It is 12:30, yeah. Chapter 41. Assault from 2 sides. As the fish swell, biting and tearing in a dozen angles at once, from below comes a new threat. Almost like wolves, they run and leap, agile as monkeys across the stone, snapping at our heels, slippery and with mouths frothing. Slippery and with mouths frothing, they circle at high speeds, the fish also unwilling to cease their snapping. Some of the dogs look larger than the others, some of the fish more powerful. I'm fairly certain these are lower-tier monsters, only threatening in their numbers. They are rather irritating, though.
Chrynus, try to deal with the fish. I'll take care of the dog situation.
Truck. I heard a truck.
Okay, Master, Chrynus declares, determined. Okay, Master, Chrynus. When she decides to go all out, Chrynus can be quite intimidating, to say the least. More than 36 tentacles explode out of her rapidly inflating body, creating an instant web of barbed death for the fish that nibble and rip at her. With her little tentacle brain steering them without her having to think about it, a large number of the limbs become mobile, making complex maneuvers that chase and whip toward the fish with deadly precision. The fish are small and twist past her grasping tentacles more often than not, but she starts to take hold of them and gradually whittle down their numbers. For my part, I need to help Tiny. The dogs are circling him, nipping at his feet as he bellows and takes wild swings. Whenever he tries to zap them, they duck away into crevices and gaps, only to emerge again when he turns away. The big guy's getting pretty frustrated, his eyes red with rage. Any longer and he's going to start smashing the terrain to pieces, and we might fall into a den of vipers beneath our feet. My claws grip the coral hard, and I dash, my bulk scattering the dogs, and I catch one in my mandibles. Chomp! Chill out, Tiny! Chill out, Tiny! I'm here to support! The moment I show up on the scene, the dogs scatter. Instead, they loop around to my sides and prowl, nipping at my legs and business district. It's low! These damn dogs are so sneaky, and their tactics are dirty. Where's the eager up-front battle of monsters? The clash of strength, the clash of strength, the contest of will. The clash of strength, the contest of will. All of this sneaking and backstabbing is diminishing our dignity as monsters, isn't it? Even if I used to do it. Fortunately, I have just the thing to deal with enemies who want to stay behind me. Pow, pow, pow! Acid flies to strike with precision against the unsuspecting dogs. In moments, the liquid hardens, weighing them down even as it burns them. A moment later, the dogs abandon their strategy of remaining behind me and stick to my sides. So persistent! With my attention elsewhere, I barely notice one of the dogs sneaking up from below until my antennae tingle a warning. From a gap between the layers of coral, a monster leaps forth, larger than the others. With its mouth open wide, its tongue lashes out, a pointed barb on the tip, stretching over 2 meters to stab at me from beneath. Dodge! My reflexes fire, and I twist my body to one side. Clang! The pointed barb shears off after my carapace deflects it, the diamond coating saving me. The tongue is reeled back in, and the creature vanishes into the darkness below. I turn to see Tiny collapse on his side, one of his legs impaled by a spear-like tongue. The moment he goes down, the dogs retreat, at least. At least those not covered in my acid do, but I can sense their lurking presence below us. Now they want to poison and run? The cheek of these mutts! It's almost enough to make me wish I was a spider so I could wrap them up in webs and torture them at my leisure. No, Anthony, don't think such dark thoughts. If you were hunting as an ant should, you'd have had hundreds of your siblings by your side, cutting off their retreat and swarming them at every opportunity. The ant is still the superior way. Since Chrynus has the fish under control, I move closer to Tiny, working my healing mana construct with my main mind to shape together the poison removal spell.
Did I get that right?
I move closer to... I'm just going to say it again. Since Chrynus has the fish under control, I move closer to Tiny, working my healing mana construct with my main mind to shape together the poison removal spell. As I work, the flesh around the puncture wound is necrotizing rapidly. It must hurt like hell. What sort of poison is this? It works damn fast. In the minute it takes me to piece the spell together, Tiny is already starting to appear faded. His breath is shallow and his bat features are turning pale. When I finally cast the spell, I can sense the poison being drained out of him, the spell purifying and cleansing it from his body. In such a short time, that stuff has done a ton of damage. I move quickly to heal him back up. The poor ape. His offensive power is still able to cut it. But he's beginning to show some weaknesses here on this level. As a creature with skin, his defense isn't able to ward off these insidious poison attacks as effectively as I can, and Chrynus, with her amorphous shadow flesh, is... But he's beginning to... As a creature with skin, his defense isn't able to ward off these insidious poison attacks as effectively as I can, and Chrynus, with her amorphous shadow flesh, is far more capable of removing poisoned limbs before they become a problem. There's a lot of gaps his next evolution needs to cover. I'm going to have to work hard to make sure it can happen. When Tiny stands up, ready to fight once more, the dogs have already slunk out of range, not wanting to continue the fight. Yeah, you better run, you mangy mutts. At least I have 3 of them I can eat. And eat them I do.
You have consumed a new source of biomass, Umbra Venandi, rank 1. You are awarded 1 biomass.
All right, let me check that one.
Venandi.
Got it right. Accurate.
Biomass. Umbra Venandi, Shadow Creeper, rank 1. This creature is weak by itself, but if able, will form packs under the leadership of a higher-tiered creeper. They are quite intelligent, able to utilize tactics to corner prey, striking when at its most... They are quite intelligent, able to utilize tactics to corner prey, striking when at its most vulnerable, and injecting their venom before retreating to await the victim to weaken.
That squares away with what we saw from them. The fish are defeated, Master! Oh! Well done, Chrynus! I wonder why those fish decided to chase after us. They didn't seem to like the fire much. Yeah, but are they afraid of it, or do they want to attack it? Both, maybe? Both, huh? Defeated, Master! Oh! They didn't seem... Yeah, but are they... Certainly, when we stuck our heads up, the monsters paid a lot of attention to the flame. More accurately, it really ticked them off. Perhaps Chrynus is right. They're afraid of the flame, so they hate it. Want to extinguish it. Perhaps we can make use of that. Chrynus, have you ever gone fishing before?
And that is a chapter, I believe. Yep, that's a chapter. All right, I have to go use the bathroom, so I will be back. So my stomach is starting to make noises. And I realized I forgot to eat anything this morning. So, excuse me guys, let me just get a few munches in here. Try to get my stomach to settle down a little. So before I get started on another chapter, and while I munch a little bit, just remind everybody that the Dungeon Crawler Carl Audio Immersion Tunnel has continued today. Episode 2 is now out. Ready for your purchase. I really love the covers that we got made for the Immersion Tunnel. The covers are done by an artist named Dave Law, who also is a comic artist. And he's been great fun to work with. I think he really gets the aesthetic quite well. It's very dirty, it's very, I mean, it's a bit sketchy, but not really. You know, there's something about it that's like, I don't know, it does feel stapled together, kind of like the Dungeon Crawler Carl world should. And he's got a lot of experience with like that grit, that dirtiness, you know. But I don't know if you guys saw the cover for episode 2, but it's the Hoarder. And I think it's just perfect. I love the way it looks. You know, the first cover was the Bad Llama. And actually, if you look at the series page of the Audio Immersion Tunnel, you can see the first 6 covers. So you can, you know, you can predict what's coming next, right? Especially if you've read the first book already, or if you've listened to or read the books already. You know what, Harasser, do your worst. You know what? You send whatever you think is gonna distract and offend me the most, and I will rise to the challenge. Oh, so we won't have t-shirts of those covers specifically, but we will be selling Sound Booth Theater t-shirts. Let me go grab one. I want to see from you guys if you're interested in buying some. They're simple. They're very simple. I'm not sure how people are going to feel about them. I mean, I like them. I wear them all the time. But what's that? So obviously this one's a bit big on me, but you can see the concept, of course. Please say something in the chat, whether you think, oh, hey, this looks like fun. I would like to buy one of these. Or, I'm not your fucking billboard. What, you want me to pay for that? Fuck you. You know, say either one of those things. Or, you know, anywhere in between. Happy to see any feedback, but we're thinking about selling these. Kringlebert would buy one. And actually, this is like an older model. This is kind of like a screen printed one. It's actually a nicer printing, but like, excuse me, but we're actually gonna get some made that it's like it's in the shirt, you know, it's not like this stuff that's gonna crust off. So And it's going to be nice, much softer material than this. So yeah, let me know in the chat, anybody else here, if you would like one of these shirts, because we're thinking about putting them on our market, on our physical distribution store, which will be going up sometime in November. Oh, on Cyber Monday, of course. We'll have the the logo behind me. Just let me, that one up there, up here. I like that that symbol too. Maybe we'll make some of those shirts later. Do you like the texture as well? Let's see, that sort of square cubic pattern. Okay. Love to see any other opinions other than Kringlebert, and thank you very much, Kringlebert, for letting me know. Anybody else have opinions on the shirt? I really appreciate honest one. Yeah, I think so. I think that symbol would look good on the back of her shirt too. I wish I was sponsored by this company. I love these chips. Okay, last one, I promise. I'm back at it. See, if I hadn't eaten those chips, I'd have to do retake after retake as my stomach growled at me while I narrated. All right.
Chapter 42. Fishing for levels.
Still lightly chewing. My harasser wants me to think of something, but I refuse. I will not think of what you proposed.
Ah, fishing. It's a peaceful, pleasurable, and altogether gentlemanly pursuit. A meaningful hobby for those who enjoy quiet and rest. The sun dappling on the gentle waves, the quiet hum of insects, and the chirp of birds in the trees. Serenity, tranquility. These are the words I associate with this noble activity. Master, I really don't think we can handle any more. That can't be. It's only been 2 minutes. What's Tiny's opinion? Master, I really don't think we can handle any more.
That can't... Handle. Why did I say handle? Ooh.
Master, I really don't think we can handle any more.
That...
You know he gets happier the more danger he's in, Master. Oh, come now, Chrynus. I'm sure Tiny has a reasonable and measured opinion on how things are going. I really must disagree. How's it going down there, Tiny? Do you think you can handle some more? That's what I thought. I manipulate the fireball to extend it farther from my position, nestling on the upper reaches of the reef, and flare it once again. This draws the ire of the monsters. Swimming above, some of whom can no longer bear this sort of hated heat. This draws the ire of the monsters swimming above, some of whom can no longer bear this source of hated heat and light to exist, and charge into massacre the being responsible. Light to exist, and charge into which, of course, leads them into a trap we've prepared. Chrynus has extended a maze of tentacles, all she can handle, which is more than even I thought she could. Which, of course, leads them into a trap we've prepared. Chrynus has extended a maze of tentacles, all she can handle, which is more than even I thought she could, to block up the path the monsters need to take to get to me. Just in front of her position, Tiny meets the oncoming... Just in front of her position, Tiny meets the oncoming rush head-on, his fur alight with electrical energy, his fists moving swiftly, snapping out with jabs and straights that pick monsters right out of the air. He makes for an impressive figure when he actually focuses. Up on the balls of his feet, he shifts his position with speed and grace, keeping the enemy in front of him as he dances, his hands reaping a dreadful toll. His hands reaping a dreadful toll. Dances, his hands reaping a dreadful toll. For her part, Chrynus maintains her maze of limbs, the active tentacles mixed inside with the stationary ones, snatching up unsuspecting monsters, coiling them around. Coiling around them and rending them with her barbs. Monsters coiling around. Nope, got to start over with that one. For her part, Chrynus maintains her maze of limbs, the active tentacles mixed inside with the stationary ones, snatching up unsuspecting monsters, coiling around them and rending them with her barbs. Oh boy. Nope, not bothered. All according to plan. The only problem is that we've drawn in more monsters than anticipated. Fish, leeches, some sort of eel thing, and a big shark creatures. Eel thing, and a big shark creature that stinks of death. And a big shark. A good catch, to be sure, but Chrynus is starting to get overwhelmed. The majority of her tentacles aren't being actively controlled by her, so when the monsters too large to slip between the gaps get frustrated, they just rip and tear into the limbs. Due to her mutations, Chrynus's shadow flesh is tougher than it was, but it still isn't as difficult to penetrate as my Carapace, not even close. The shark, in particular, can tear through it with ease, forcing Chrynus to regenerate her flesh and extend fresh tentacles to fill in the gaps. Master, your assistance would be most welcome. Are you sure, Chrynus? This is all for your levels, you know? Aren't you going to show me how powerful you've become? I will. I can do this. I won't let you down, Master. That's the spirit, Crinus. By overcoming your limits, you'll ascend to a new height and greater power. Become the sphere of unending decapitation that you've always yearned to be. That's the spirit, Crinus. By overcoming your limits, you'll ascend to a new height and There we go. With this motivational speech, Crinus redoubles her efforts. With this motivational speech, Crinus redoubles her efforts. In a few short minutes, the air fills with wails of terror as monsters learn what fear truly is. One more time. With this motivational speech, Crinus redoubles her efforts. In a few short minutes, the air fills with wails of terror as monsters learn what fear truly is. After Crinus's plea, I do bring the light inside. After Crinus's plea, I do bring the light inside our little hiding place, no longer flaring it to draw in victims. The battle is fierce and vicious, pushing Tiny and Crinus to the edge of their abilities. They're rather battered by the time it finishes. Tiny has wounds all over his body, and I move fast to heal him. Don't want his ongoing affliction to finish him off while we eat. I also perform a poison extraction, since I assume he was infected by one of his assailants. I also perform a poison extraction, since I assume he was infected by one of his assailants. For her part, Crinus has shrunk. A good chunk of her shadow flesh has been lost in the battle, and it will take her some time to regenerate it all. Fuck. I also perform a... For her part, Crinus has shrunk. A good chunk of her shadow flesh has been lost in the battle. For her part, Crinus has shrunk. A good chunk of her shadow flesh has been lost in the battle, and it will take her some time to regenerate it all. Fuck. Regenerate it all. Regenerate it all. Regenerate it all. For her part, Crinus has shrunk. A good chunk of her shadow flesh has been lost in the battle, and it will take her some time to regenerate it all. There we go. Her central body took little damage. So her HP isn't much affected. This appears to be another quirk of her shadow flesh physiology. Good job, team! Hopefully you managed to harvest some levels out of all that. I did, Crinus gushes. Tiny nods in such a way that conveys he did indeed gain a few levels, and he enjoyed the fight immensely. Furthermore, would it be possible to send more enemies next time? I think that was about as much as you can handle, Tiny. You did nearly die. He shrugs in a way that indicates he doesn't agree. He's stronger now, so it should be fine. Stop being dumb and eat. We have a ton of biomass we need to clean up. The unfortunate part of fighting up here is that a lot of biomass fell through the gaps in the corals and is thusly lost, but we did hold on to more than half of the total. I've grown accustomed to the taste of shadow monsters over these last weeks. It's still really terrible. Not that I've had anything to eat since I was reborn in this world is delicious. Not that anything I've had to eat since I was reborn in this world is delicious. Perhaps I should have eaten some human food back at the village. They have a temple to me now, right? I could get them to leave offerings of delicious meals. But it wouldn't have any biomass, so it's kind of a waste. Maybe I could get them to cook monster parts for me. As I ruminate on the possibilities of biomass cuisine, the three of us munch our fill and rest. More biomass points have been harvested, and my total has reached 251. A good opportunity for a cheeky upgrade, and I think I know just what I want to improve. I've really been having I've really been having a lot of fun and getting a lot of use out of. I've really been having a lot of fun and getting a lot of use out of my instant twitch musculature and wide-gated subneural network. The musculature allows greater strength to be exerted in smaller bursts, perfect for snapping mandibles or quick dodges, and my neural network helps me react to the Where'd it go? The musculature allows greater strength to be exerted in smaller bursts, perfect for snapping mandibles or quick dodges, and my neural network helps me react to the barrage of barrage. The musculature allows greater strength to be exerted in smaller bursts, perfect for snapping mandibles or quick dodges, and my neural network helps me react to the barrage of information my eyes and antennae, damn it. The musculature allows greater strength to be exerted in smaller bursts, perfect for snapping mandibles or quick dodges, and my neural network helps me react to the barrage of Okay. The musculature allows greater strength to be exerted in smaller bursts, perfect for snapping mandibles or quick Oh my god. Sometimes there's just a sentence that is the bane of my existence. The musculature allows greater strength to be exerted in smaller bursts, perfect for snapping mandibles or quick dodges, and my neural network helps me react to the barrage of information my eyes and antennae provide in the midst of a fight. These two combined have improved my offense, but more dramatically have taken my defense to a whole new level. In fact, they've truly allowed my defensive skill, expert exoskeleton defense, to shine brighter than ever before, and I'm leveling that skill much faster than previously. It's all coming together. So, naturally, I want to take these two body parts to piss. So, naturally, I want to take these two body parts to plus 15.
Do you wish to improve instant twitch musculature plus 10 and wide-gated subneural network plus 10 to plus 15? This will cost 130 biomass.
I do! Oh, man. One more time.
Do you wish to improve instant twitch musculature plus 10 and wide-gated subneural network plus 10 to plus 15? This will cost 130 biomass.
I do!
Biomass.
I do!
At this level, your mutations will be reinforced. Do you wish to proceed? Do you wish to proceed?
For both of these body parts, I chose to go deeper down one aspect rather than generalize, so reinforcing the effect is the only option. Bring it! Stupid itch! When it finally fades, I look in satisfaction at the entries in my status. Blink musculature plus 15 and transmission subneural network plus 15. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. These text messages, they're just, starting to make me blush a little bit. Just a little bit.
Okay.
Chapter 43. Devastation.
Nope.
Chapter 43. Devastation. Titus surveyed the broken wreckage of the once prosperous city of Lyria. The Legion fort around the dungeon entrance had been levelled, giving him a clear view of the devastation the moment he stepped onto the surface. Garalosh and her monsters had thoroughly done their work. Everywhere he looked, there was wreckage, as if the beasts couldn't stand to leave one stone on top of another. The Legion commander was weighted with a pain in his heart The Legion commander was weighed with a pain in his heart as he took in the ruins. What remained of Baker Doherty's shop was visible from where he stood. The jolly old man had been full of life, ready with a smile and a glazed bun, Titus's favourite, every time he'd stopped by. So much waste, so much loss, all because of one stupid monster. He blew a breath, releasing the tension building in his chest. What was the point of raging at a dead beast? The kingdom was gone. Garalosh was gone. The Legion's responsibilities in this backward part of the world were... The kingdom was gone. Garalosh was gone. The Legion's responsibilities in this backward part of the world were over. Still, Titus held no sense of satisfaction. They hadn't defeated the giant croc themselves, and he was filled with regret that he'd failed to take her life when they'd previously clashed. His axe had bitten her flesh, taken an arm, but she'd slithered away like a snake. Perhaps if he'd pursued then, he would never have witnessed this scene now. Perhaps his son would have taken the trials elsewhere and survived. Regret boiled in his belly. Sensing her father's emotions, Melia placed a hand on his shoulder.
You're an idiot,
she said. Titus turned his stony face toward her.
You did more for this city, more for this country, than any dozen other people in its history combined. You fought harder and longer than even the Legion asked of you. There was nothing more you could have done. So stop being stupid and feeling guilty about this. None of it is your fault. Nearby, legionaries were quite chagrined to hear their revered commander spoken to in this way. But what could they do? It was his daughter. Titus himself didn't appear to mind at all. He only nodded and patted the rough and calloused hand on his shoulder with his own equally worn one.
"He always had a way with words, Moore,"
Melia snorted. No, I don't, and you know it. I'm just in a unique position to look at you as a human instead of a legend.
You don't see me as a legend?
My memories are of you teaching me how to lace up a boot, not saving the kingdom for the umpteenth time. She stepped away from her father to run her eyes over the wreckage. I still can't believe this happened. When Anthony and I first came here, this whole space was filled with monsters, almost every surface covered with them. How did we ever kill so many? Titus flicked an eye at her words. Behind him, many legionaries were overcome with emotion as they reached the surface. Many had been born here, had parents, spouses, some of them even had children. Melia had been able to provide a list, the names of everyone who gathered at the survivor village. Melia had been able to provide a list, the names of everyone who gathered at the survivor village. It was a scarce comfort. Only a fraction of the people who'd lived in the kingdom remained, and the capital had been the hardest hit. The tears and cries of anguish stung. Sometimes Titus wished he could unbend long enough to show that kind of emotion, but he never did. Part of him was afraid that if he ever let it out, he would never be able to bottle it up again. Part of him was afraid that if he ever let it out, he would never be able to bottle it up again. Only his family were able to truly see what went on under the surface. Only his wife and daughter. And he was determined to keep them safe.
Have you thought about my offer, Moore? I want you to come with us when we go.
In truth, Melia was conflicted. During the journey upward, she'd spent time talking to her old friends, from her centurions, trainees in her year who'd gone on to make full legionary, and others who'd started not long before she left. The Abyssal Legion had been such a part of her life. To reconnect with it again felt so natural, as if she'd been welcomed back to the family. To her, the Legion was literally family. It was a chance to spend time with her father, to reconnect with her mother after 10 years of separation. She didn't want to abandon the community in the south, the survivors she'd formed bonds with through desperate battles and struggles. She didn't want to abandon the community in the south. She didn't want to abandon the community. She didn't want to abandon the community in the south, the survivors she'd formed bonds with through desperate battles and struggles. But how could she turn away from this chance? If she did, how long would it be until she saw her parents again? Enid, Bane, Isaac. Well, Isaac could burn in the third stratum, but the others, even Anthony, that puzzling creature who seemed to turn everything she'd been taught about monsters on its head. There was something building there, something special. She wanted to be a part of it, wanted to help build it. It was an adventure, creating something entirely new out of the ashes of the old. "Give me a little more time to think," she told her father. "Me a little more time." she told her father. She told her father. The commander looked as if he had more to say, though he restrained himself. He wouldn't push her. His children had never reacted well to being pushed. Titus never once mentioned the idea of joining the Legion to them as they'd grown up. He wasn't certain he wanted that life for them. He wasn't certain he wanted that life for them. Sure enough, they'd thrown themselves in head first the moment they'd come of age. Melia was the most headstrong of them all. It was unusual of her to be undecided in anything. He would give her the space she needed. He would give her the space she needed. A sob. Almost. He would give her the space. He would give her the space she needed. A sob. Almost a muffled cry sounded behind them. They turned to see a devastated Alberton, the Legion Lawmaster for Lyrian. The Legion Lawmaster for Lyria. The old scholar had a hand raised to cover his mouth, and his eyes were red as he took in the wreckage of his home. Titus stepped toward his friend, putting a powerful arm over his shoulders. Melia approached his other side, reaching to grasp his arm. Alberton had been a big part of her upbringing in the Legion, both as her father's friend and as her teacher when she was a trainee.
Lean on me, old man,
Titus encouraged, Alberton appearing to be close to collapse.
Don't stand on ceremony.
Okay, so I don't remember if Alberton ever... I don't remember if Alberton showed up in other books. Let me see. Do you guys remember? Not in book 3. There we go. He's in book 2. I'm going to say 3 minutes into chapter 89.
To impact the battlefield where and when he was needed. The Legion didn't subscribe to the soft, mage approach of cloth armor and little combat training. Chapter 88. The World Below. Part 1. They couldn't sleep, couldn't rest, couldn't think clearly. They were both more exhausted than they'd ever been in their lives and completely unable to rest. With the encouragement and support of their fellow legionaries and officers, they'd barely made it. The only other members of the party struggling as much as them were the prisoners the Legion mysteriously brought with them on this expedition. Less capable than the trainees, many of them had to be carried toward the end, the soldiers taking turns to hoist the murderers on their backs as they battled the long march. The last Mirren could remember was arriving before a large stone door. She could barely see by that point. The door itself...
It's my family, damn it!
There was a heavy thump, as if a fist had smacked into a wall.
You think you're the only person with family up there, Alberton? You think I don't want to rip the head off that croc and protect our people? Is that what you think?
The commander demanded, quietly. There was a long pause, and Mirren began to wonder what was going on when she barely heard the lawmaster sigh and reply,
I'm just worried. We all are. But we have a duty to get here to HQ and support the bulwark. As much damage as Garalosh can do, would you want the second strata monsters to rise to the surface? Do you know what that would mean? This wave isn't...
Okay, I think I got it. I mean, that was obviously, what's his name? Titus, but Found it in book 2. Thanks, Tristan.
Not stand on.
The entire kingdom. Everything my family has built for hundreds of years. All gone. So many people.
Oh, what the fuck? Wasn't recording. Let me try it again. Do it!
The entire kingdom. Everything my family has built for hundreds of years. All gone. So many people. Many people. So many people. So many people.
The old Legion scholar was beside himself as he openly wept. His entire life, his family, his history, wiped from the face of the world. All that was left was ashes. This is why we call them monsters, Melia. This is why we call them monsters, Melia. Titus spat. Look at what they've done! Look at this! We could never have peace until they're all dead! As if they never existed in the first place.
More. That's another chapter done. Another chapter done. All right.
Chapter 44. Devastation, Part 2. The pain and suffering throughout the members of the Legion affected Melia deeply. These were the men and women who dedicated their lives to defending the sapient races of the surface from the depredations of the dungeon. They were the inheritors of a mission that originated in the Rending and had endured for thousands of years. To those battle-hardened eyes, the annihilation of Lyria represented more evidence of righteousness for their cause. It was hard for Melia to disagree with that sentiment, being something she herself believed her entire life. Such proof was hard to deny. The monsters were responsible for this catastrophe. They brought death and destruction with them everywhere they went, had done so since the moment they breached the surface. Had done so since the moment they breached the surface. And yet, she'd seen a different way. A monster who was prepared to cooperate with humans, who was prepared to bring other monsters along with their ideals. Coexistence was possible. She'd seen it with her very own eyes. Coexistence was possible. She'd seen it with her own eyes. The very concept spat in the face of everything she'd been taught. What everyone on the surface had been taught. What did this mean? Who should she talk to? Who could she talk to? The people in the village were a little too enthusiastic to throw away the lessons of history and embrace a new way. Not without Brace a new way, not without good reason, but could they really be trusted to see things clearly? Similarly, the members of the Legion were far too slanted in their view. They were literally a monster-exterminating army, unmatched in zeal and efficiency. Were they really the people to talk to about cooperating? Were they really the people to talk to about cooperating with a monster? Melia could imagine how it would go. The moment she spoke to Titus about what Anthony really was, they would drop all their plans, march south, and exterminate every ant and human they found, pat themselves on the back, and count it a job well done. The thought of Enid cut down by her father's axe made her physically nauseous. It was pretty much inevitable that Isaac would die that way, but the others didn't deserve it. It was pretty much inevitable that Isaac would die that way, but the others didn't deserve it. Physically nauseous. It was pretty much inevitable that Isaac would die that way.
You look troubled, Melia. Care to share your thoughts?
Mirren?
Hi there.
The younger woman smiled and sat on the stone Melia rested on. It had been a cornerstone for the White Lion, a well-known tavern in this corner of the city. Not much remained of it now. One crumbled wall and the smashed remains of the once gleaming oak bar. Shards of glass lay scattered across, the final remnants of the bottles the innkeeper, Gregor, had once taken such pride in.
Feels a little strange to be trying to give advice to my own senior,
Mirren admitted. Melia scoffed.
I'm not your senior. I'm someone who dropped out of training, whereas you are a full legionary. Under what definition could I possibly be considered senior to you?
Mirren shrugged. It was hard to explain, especially to Morelia's face. That she was so dominant and overbearing, so forceful in her personality, it was hard to think of her as anything but a superior.
You've probably even out-leveled me,
Melia.
You've probably even out-leveled me,
Melia grimaced.
doing whatever it is you Legion types do in the deep. Surely not,
Mirren protested, but secretly, she thought she just might have. The slaughter she'd taken part in during the wave had catapulted her levels and stats to a height she'd never dreamed of achieving. The slaughter she'd taken part in during the wave had catapulted her levels and stats to a height she'd never dreamed of achieving. The other woman's eyes narrowed, as if detecting the underlying truth, but she let it go.
You'll be coming with us, won't you?
Mirren asked.
I've never been through a gate. I'd only heard of them. It'd be nice to have more people we know on the other side.
Morelia's black leather armor creaked as she shifted uncomfortably.
I'm still thinking about it. Just not certain. I understand. Things were pretty tense when you left. I said a lot of things that I came to regret. You were grieving. We all were. That doesn't make it okay. That doesn't make it okay. That doesn't make it okay. Time heals all wounds, so I'm told. Maybe you should trust in us more. Maybe I should,
Melia admitted. Mirren leaned back and looked up at the sky.
Seems like we won't get a chance to visit this village of yours. Runner came up an hour ago. They're going to send us through early. The commander has already issued the order to pack everything up and get back to marching. Alberton's furious. He wanted more time to comb through what was left of the archives. It would take weeks to excavate anything out of there. Garalosh caved the entire thing in.
Mirren giggled.
Entire thing in.
Mirren giggled.
The commander tried to tell him, but the old man is too stubborn when it comes to his precious books. I think we're going to see the Lawmaster carried away over the shoulder of a centurion soon. Save me from stubborn old men. Save me from stubborn old men,
Morelia muttered.
At the very least, you'll come down and see us off, won't you? We've so much more to talk about. I don't want to have to wave you off in an hour. I can promise that much.
Morelia was reluctant to leave her father behind so soon, and it had been nice catching up with old friends.
It'll be interesting for me. I've never seen the underground city. It's fairly interesting, to say the least. I'll bet.
The two fell into a companionable silence. The only noise came from the occasional shout of a legionary as they bustled about. The only noise came from the occasional shout of a legionary as they bustled about, packing and securing their supplies for the journey into the deep. A gate was being opened at the fort below, which would take them to the fabled Black Castle. A gate was being opened at the fort below, which would take them to the fabled Black Castle, the founding headquarters of the Abyssal Legion. Despite her old life having been destroyed, Mirren was excited to find out what this new chapter would bring.
Come on then, lazybones.
Mirren stood.
You might as well come and help. I suppose I may as well,
Morelia grumbled, as she stood and stretched out her tired muscles. Morelia grumbled as she stood and stretched out her tired muscles. They headed toward the dungeon entrance to find the officers busy running their rulers over the logistics of the march, chasing down every stray member of the expedition and confirming details with their own superiors. At the center of it all stood Titus, barking orders where necessary, but mainly being a silent pillar of calm in the center of a storm of activity. When he stopped Morelia coming, he walked toward her without hesitation. "Are you coming with us?" He asked without preamble.
I'm coming to the gate, Morelia stressed. I haven't decided to join back up.
His face showed no emotion, but she knew he was happy to hear this news. "Good then. Make sure you report to Tribune Aurilla. Make sure you report to Tribune Aurilla. She's in charge of our head count and food." She almost snapped out a quick legionary salute, but restrained herself at the last moment. Her father's eyes missed nothing and were laughing at her as he turned away.
See if I ever salute you again, old man,
she fumed to herself before she went to gather her few belongings and weapons before seeking out the Tribune. As they finished readying themselves, darkness had begun to fall over the ruins of the city. The villagers who accompanied Morelia north had begun the journey back to report on what they'd seen and bring word of the conditions in the dungeon. Done. All right, that is a chapter.
Hey. Friendly neighborhood nitpicker, welcome. Thank you so much for coming. I'm glad you made it to a live one. I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab some tea. Or start the tea, I don't know. Finish this tea. Gotta do it, guys. Sorry. Man, those chips are fucking delicious. They're made of just like rice and other veggies. Super good. Uh-oh. Am I getting more messages? Oh, these messages. These messages. Okay.
Chapter 45. My head hurts. So far, the upper reef farming strategy has proven to be successful, if stressful. Some monsters are too reluctant to approach the bright flame, while others are maddened by it, charging down to extinguish me and it with extreme prejudice. After we start to notice less monsters swarming our original spot, we pick up and move to another location, clearing out the riffraff along the way before recommencing our farming practices.
Ah, yes. Friendly neighborhood nitpicker says, thanks, Jeff. Love what you do. Can't wait for those USB tapes to come along. They're coming. Yeah, it'll be Cyber Monday when we put them on the market. We got 6 of them. For now, we'll definitely have, like, eventually we're going to have one for Vampire Queen and for Legend of Zero and for Dungeon Crawler Carl's Audio Immersion Tunnel. I bet a lot of you are going to want that.
Before recommencing. After we start... After we start to notice less monsters swarming our original spot, we pick up and move to another location, clearing out the riffraff along the way before recommencing our farming practices. We've been at it for 4 days, and both of my pets are enjoying the benefits of the near-constant fighting. Both of our levels have been steadily climbing, and both of their levels... Both of their levels have been steadily climbing, and their combat skills are getting some serious boosts. Most of the monsters they fight have been Tier 2 and above, which really helps in terms of XP gain. The influx of biomass has also been most welcome. For my part, I've been grinding away at a number of skills. Non-combat related ones, since I'm making sure Tiny and Crinus do most of the fighting in order to hasten their evolution to the 5th tier. The skill I'm most interested in raising is my core surgery skill. I need to unlock the mysteries of the advanced techniques employed by the Sophos so I can teach them to the colony when I return, but so far they've proven difficult to master.
Grinding away at manipulating cores in order to increase my skill level and bring me closer to increasing the rank of the skill is one thing. I can do that, no problem, and I have been. But mastering the ability to fuse two... But mastering the ability to fuse two cores together so neatly that they slide into each other... But mastering the ability to fuse two cores together so neatly that they slide into each other like laser-cut metal is a freaking nightmare. For starters, I need to get core surgery to the next rank before I can even unlock the skill, but I've been practicing the techniques required in order to ensure I get my hands on it as quickly as possible. I've been straining my poor head as much as I can. And so far, all I've gotten is a headache. I've been straining my poor head as much as I can, and so far, all I've gotten is a headache and some not quite as horribly scrambled as before fused cores. Once I'm done, I've been handing the cores over to Chrysalis and Tiny to make sure they're as close to maxed out as possible. It shouldn't be much longer now, and they'll almost be ready to accept the final core to tip them over the edge. I'm keeping an eye out for a rare core, but we've yet to come across one. Special cores are more common. Special cores are more common down here, and we've come into possession of a few, but rare cores are proving elusive. The issue I had with my core is that I pushed it to max size, then absorbed a special core immediately after I evolved. My hope had been that with time and patience, I would have been able to absorb two special cores beyond the limit and gain a more powerful evolution. My gambit ended up being taken to an entirely new level when I obtained the rare core and tried to push the experiment even further. Not only did I absorb a special core past the normal maximum, I went ahead and absorbed a rare core as well. The end result was excruciating pain and a very high risk. The end result was excruciating pain and a very high risk of damage to my core. Having escaped such a fate can only be put down to dumb luck. By the blessings of Gandalf's ever-bristling bushy beard and brows was I able to survive. For Chrysalis and Tiny, if I only feed them the rare core, they should go through a truly painful... For Chrysalis and Tiny, if I only feed them the rare core, they should go... For Chrysalis and Tiny, if I only feed them the rare core, they should go through a truly painful and uncomfortable experience, but not... For Chrysalis and Tiny, if I only feed them the rare core, they should go through a truly painful and uncomfortable experience, but not have to experience the risk of permanent damage. Even now, I worry that something went wrong and I just haven't been able to notice. A hidden flaw in my core, a fault line or hairline fracture that might flare up and bite me right in the profit margins when I least expect it. It's anxiety-inducing. My magic skills have been another focus. Healing magic is getting a constant workout due to Tiny's affliction, so level gains have been steady there. I've made a point of playing with fire magic during the downtime when we hide away to rest in order... I've made a point of playing with fire magic during the downtime when we hide away to rest in order... I've made a point of playing with fire magic during the downtime when we hide away to rest in order to keep pushing that skill higher. I'd like to go ahead and buy the air magic affinity just to round out my basic avatar elements. I haven't even had a chance to try and level earth or air magic yet. I haven't even had a chance
I haven't even had a chance to try and level. I haven't even had a oh my god. I haven't even had a chance to try and level earth or air magic yet. Earth or air. I haven't even had a chance to try level. God damn it. I haven't even had a chance to try and level earth or air magic yet. Air magic yet. I haven't even had a chance to try and level earth or air magic, or earth or air, or I'm getting pissed. I haven't even tried. I haven't even had a chance to try and level earth or air magic yet, since my brains are already being pushed to the straining point. I haven't even had a chance. I haven't even had a chance to try and level earth or air magic yet, since my brains are already being pushed to the straining point, maintaining the healing and fire mana constructs. Besides, I'm still low on skill points. I'm starting to think I'm going to need a lot more brains down the line. I'm starting to think I'm... Okay, now they're taunting me. They're taunting my being flustered. Okay. I see how it is. Mm-hmm. I'm starting to think I'm going to need a lot more brains down the line to utilize one type of magic effectively without a gland to produce that mana for you. It really requires you to perform two tasks simultaneously. You have to create and maintain the construct, which takes an effort of will on its own. Then operate the construct, feeding it raw mana to produce the desired affinity. And then you take the new mana of the desired affinity and shape it into a mind-bending, intricate shape to produce the desired spell. In an ideal world, you would have to... In an ideal world, you would have two brains to perform these tasks. In an ideal world, you would have two brains to perform these tasks, one to hold on to and operate the construct, and one to shape the spells. For the time being, I'm using my weaker sub-brains to maintain the constructs, and the stronger one takes turns... Damn. For the time being, I'm using my weaker sub-brains to maintain the constructs, and the stronger one takes turns operating and shaping the spells. This means I have to pitch in with my main mind every now and again, which is frankly a pain. I'd much rather all this petty grinding be done by the sub-brains so I can focus on other things. Perhaps my sub-minds will come to resent me for that, but they'll just have to deal with it. They know who's in charge! The other thing I need to consider is how far I want to push the elemental. The other thing I need to consider is how far I want to push the elemental magic skills before I attempt to fuse them. The further you push before fusion, the more potent. The further you push before fusion, the more potent the fused skill will be. The further you push before fusion, the more potent the fused skill will be. That's a fundamental truth of the system that Bane imparted to me. Certainly, it's been true with my bite skill. The result of the fusion has proven to be very strong after getting each bite skill to the 4th tier. My goal is to Hey, Boss Soto! Thanks for the happy Halloweens. Hope you have a good Halloween as well. Where'd it go? My goal is to go for the 4th tier. Since I have multiple minds to grind away at these skills, I should aim high. Who knows how humans and Karamodo train their skills to the heights they do with only a single brain. Crazy. Right now, the three of us are resting. After an extended fishing expedition, we retreated down to roughly halfway to the bottom of the coral reef. coral. After an extended fishing expedition... Right now, the three of us are resting. After an extended fishing expedition, we retreated down to roughly... After an extended fishing expedition, we retreated down to roughly halfway to the bottom of the coral reef, where we found this nice and cosy little alcove. Someone's outside. Alcove. Alright, it's gone. Alcove. Little alcove. Alcove, where did it go? Where did it go? Ah, there it is. Crynis and Tiny are sleeping whilst I keep watch. It'll be Tiny's turn to watch when I slip into a little torpor to get some rest. I'll have to explicitly order him not to sleep when I do so. I'll have to explicitly order him not to sleep when I do. Otherwise he slacks off. In front of me is a small pile of cores, our harvest from the last hunt. I say small, but 30 cores is quite respectable. The abundance of cores down here is starting to change my view of normal. A haul like this in the first stratum would be considered incredible wealth. With a sigh, I bring my antennae forward and touch them to the next core. I need to keep pushing and force myself to adapt these stupid things to the most extreme level that I can, then try to fit them together with another core from a different species. It's grueling, headache-inducing work, but someone's got to do it. Hey! Yeah, I can't get the second brain upgrade option to work either. It's very frustrating. It's very frustrating, isn't it? Okay, let's see here. Chapter 46. All right, let's get some hot tea. Boz Soto says, I don't think I could handle 2. I already have to distract my brain at almost all times. Uh-oh. Nope. Fuck off. Another person trying to buy my house. Chapter 46. Grinding for kicks. I stagger awake from torpor, my body snapping into motion faster than my brain can keep up. My legs spasm and my antennae stab into the air at the same time, giving out a general vibe of intense energy coupled with mind-shattering fear. I'm still getting used to not being able to blink. At no time in the day is this more apparent than just after waking up. The urge to clear the sleep out of my eyes, to eliminate the dryness. But I can't blink! Can't even rub my eyes or anything. It's weird, and continues to be one of the last hang-ups I have as human-turned-ant. Generally speaking, I'm good with the rest of it. I don't have many problems anymore with my new form. In fact, it's pretty great. In my opinion, those who wouldn't swap from human to monster ant are fools. In my opinion, those who wouldn't swap from human to monster ant are fools. Seriously, mentally deficient. I even got to join a family with thousands of siblings. For someone who never had any brothers or sisters in their human life, this is a big plus. Well, I suppose I still don't have any brothers. Okay, guys, I'm up. Are we ready for some more fishing? My pets give their acknowledgement, and we make our slow and careful way back to the top of the coral reef to try and reel in more monsters. Our farming is starting to slow down at this spot. We'll have to move soon. It's hard to be sure exactly where you are in this... absurdly massive expanse, and I've been trying to skirt the edges of the coral reef. I don't want to pull down something on the level of that giant leviathan, not until we've had more time to power up, explore, and scout out the situation at the top of the food chain. The plan is to lay relatively low and keep pumping our skills, eating biomass, and pushing Tiny and Chrynus toward their next evolutions. Okay, Chrynus, are you set up and ready to go? Ready, Master. How about you, Tiny?
Ooh.
Nice. It was slowing down at the end of the last one, so I'm going to start fairly bright. Be prepared for the enemy to come in hot! Having forewarned my pets, I push more fire mana into the bowl of light even as I maneuver it out past the last grasping tendrils of the corals and corals. Later, Tristan. Thanks for coming and hanging out. Having forewarned. Damn it. Having forewarned my pets, I push more fire mana into the ball of light, even as I maneuver it out past the last grasping tendrils of the... Fuck. Having forewarned my pets, I push more fire mana. Having forewarned my pets, I push more fire mana into the ball of light even as I maneuver it out past the last grasping tendrils of the corals and shadow seaweed. The response from the drifting schools of sea monsters is immediate. Some dart away from the heat and light that elicits fear and discomfort in them, but others charge headlong to destroy it, straight into our net. The battle is fierce, and I contribute in the little ways I can from my hiding place, smashing out the odd firebolt spell and Smashing out the odd firebolt spell and chomping on anything that gets too close isn't a huge contribution, but when my poor pets are getting swarmed, every little bit helps. When the fighting is done, we hoover up all the biomass we can, the stomach upgrades proving their worth, before we retreat to our hidey hole When the fighting is done, we hoover up all the biomass we can. When the fighting is done, we hoover up all the biomass we can, the stomach upgrades proving their worth, before we retreat to our hidey hole to count our gains. When the fighting is done, we hoover up all the biomass we can, the stomach upgrades proving their worth, before we retreat to our hidey hole to count our gains. All in all, another profitable run. I levelled up this time, which is a pleasant surprise. It feels nice to get some levels, even if I'm still a long way from my next evolution, which is at level 80. Both of my pets are creeping closer to their tier 5 evolution. Level 40 is still a ways off for them, but if we continue our routine, they're sure to get there before too long. I really did skip ahead of them a lot in levels by harvesting the XP from those Crocker commanders. Then I got the experience for finishing Geralosh, which was another ton of levels. Once we make it back, I take a few hours to grind through the cores we found. After all of my grinding over the last 5 days, I was finally able to level core surgery enough that I could... After all of my grinding over the last 5 days, I was finally... After all of my grinding over the last 5 days, I was finally... After all of my grinding over the last 5 days, I was finally able to level core surgery. After all of my grinding over the last 5 days, I was finally able to level core surgery enough that I could increase its rank to core crafting, rank 4, which means that so long as I can pull it off, the core fusion skill will unlock for me. After a number of attempts, I still fail to slot 2 cores together neatly enough to satisfy the unlock condition. Through painstaking trial and error, I have gotten closer. The 2 creatures I've chosen are the leech and fish, taking weak variants of these 2 creatures, only tier 2, due to their simpler cores. I've been trying to shape them into compatible parts before fusing the 2 cores together. Got it, okay. Been trying to shape them into compatible parts. No, I got it wrong. Taking weak variants of these 2 creatures, only tier 2, due to their simpler cores, I've been trying to shape them into compatible parts before fusing the 2 cores together. The trick is to focus on the traits you want to keep from each of the creatures and manipulate them in such a way that the fusion won't affect the integrity of that part of the core. Manipulate them in such traits you want to keep from each of the creatures. One more time. The trick is to focus on the traits you want to keep from each of the creatures and manipulate them in such a way that the fusion won't affect the integrity of that part of the core. Easier said than done. When I've finished with all of the cores, Tiny and Crinus absorb them, only to inform me they've maxed out their cores and can't take any more. This is good news! The preparations for their evolutions are getting closer and closer to being complete. This means the last 6 cores are mine to absorb. It's going to take a heck of a long time before my own core is maxed out. Since you can double the size of your core each evolution, that little bit extra Since you can double the size of your core each evolution, that little bit extra I squeezed in last time pays forward double this evolution, which means more evolutionary energy again. So long as I can find a suitable core to use at the end of the process, I'll be good. My mind automatically shies away from thinking about the core we took from Geralosh, still stashed with the colony far above my head. Nope, not even going to consider that until I absolutely have to. With another round of feasting behind us, our biomass has built up quite significantly. I haven't upgraded myself during this hunting spree, so I suppose I might as well go ahead and do a little spending. With 257 points to spend, there's plenty I can do in order to maximise my gains. In order to maximise my gains, I'm going to take my stomach upgrade from plus 20 up to plus 25, maxing it out. This should help keep the biomass flowing even faster and allow me to get the rest of my upgrades in a shorter time. It's going to cost a whopping 205 biomass just for this one body part, but it should prove worth it in the long term. To be honest, I probably should have invested in it straight away, but I get easily distracted by other shinier upgrades. The list of choices expands rapidly in my mind, and there are many to choose from. I wouldn't have thought there would be such a list for just a stomach, but the system never fails to be creative. Faster digestion is an interesting choice. You could spend less time between meals, increasing biomass intake that way. There are a lot of options that allow for increased biomass extraction from a particular type of monster, which is intriguing. Essentially, the stomach will mutate to become more adept at refining biomass from, for example, shadow-based monsters. It seems limited in usefulness, however, unless you intended to stay and hunt in a particular strata for an extended period of time. That could be super worth it for the Ant Queens, though, now that I think about it. I doubt Victoriant and Antoinette are going to keep evolving to a super high tier. They might even stop taking XP at tier 5 or 6, which means they'll probably stay in the second strata for a very long time. If these mutations can increase their efficiency for the prey consumed here, the colony might benefit a great deal. For my part, I take the next level of biomass penalty reduction and stomach capacity increase, doubling down on the mutations I chose at previous levels. The end result is the vast, hungering stomach plus 25. Maxing out mutations always puts a smile on my dial. If only I didn't have to deal with the stupid itch. Chapter 47. Fighting in the Shadows. Having pushed my stomach to the maximum possible level quickly starts to pay dividends. After mutating, the three of us pick ourselves up and move to another spot. The usual method to traverse the coral reef is to climb our way back down to the ground and move from there. This has a few benefits. Firstly, we don't get hunted by monsters from above, and there's no chance of accidentally bumping into any Leviathan-class monsters, which is nice. Safety first, as I always say. Secondly, we increase the possibility of happening across a nest. Secondly, we increase the possibility of happening across a nest or den of monsters along the ground. The crabs proved to be such a tasty and delicious meal of XP and biomass, one I have no objection to indulging in again. The crabs proved to be such a tasty and delicious meal of XP and biomass, one I have no objection to indulging in again. We haven't stumbled across many such treats. We haven't stumbled across many such treats, but if we don't try, then we never will. It just so happens that in the process of moving, always a careful and slow affair in this web of coral plants with their stinging barbs, I sense a signature of a nearby cluster of monsters. How delightful. A travel snack. Tiny, Chrynus. I sense a nest of creatures to the left over there. Can you see them, Chrynus? Oh. Ah, yes, I have them. You should have picked them up way before me. What's the story, Chrynus? Have you been sleeping back there? I haven't been asleep, Master, never. I was just distracted. Excuse me. Distracted? By what? Is there something else around here? That'd be the last thing I need. Jumped by some monster leaping out of nowhere to smack me in the middle of the thorax whilst my supposedly omnipresent... Okay. I was debating pranking that person, but I don't want to take the time. So this one might be a hard one. I think I can get this one in 3 tries. I feel like it's difficult. A lot of difficult words in it. I just tried once, so I have 2 more. I'm just, challenging myself for no real reason. 3 times. Okay. That'd be the last thing I need. Jumped by some monster leaping out of nowhere to smack me in the middle of the thorax whilst my supposedly omnipresent eye is dazed and confused. It's very unlike Chrynus to be anything but perfectly diligent. She's almost obsessively careful in her scouting responsibilities. I feel like I got that one. I think I got that one right. Let me see. That'd be the last thing I need. Jumped by some monster leaping out of nowhere to smack me in the middle of the thorax whilst... Oh, in the middle... Oh, no. I got it right. Sort of on accident, because there's a typo here. In the middle in the thorax is what it says, but it should be in the middle of. So I got that right. Smack me in the middle of the thorax whilst my supposedly omnipresent eye is dazed and confused. It's very unlike Chrynus to be... I think I got it. Her ability to sense mana sources. Her ability to sense mana sources at great range and clarity is such a blessing down here. I haven't checked, but I hope the first thing she mutated to +20 was her mana sensory gland, followed closely by her shadow eye. The latter of those two has grown to be quite the handy thing here in the second stratum. The latter of those two has grown to be quite the handy thing here in the second stratum. It gives her the ability to see through shadows, and since shadow mana is literally everywhere, she's able to get a good look directly at whatever is within range. It gives her the ability to see through shadows, It gives her the ability to see through shadows, and since shadow mana is literally everywhere, she's able to get a good look directly at whatever is within range. Here's a number 2. All right, here's a bonus. Bonus. 3rd time's a charm with this one as well. Hey, Mrs. Bimmer, you finally made it. Thanks for coming. It gives her the ability to see through shadows. It gives her the I think I just failed. I think that was number 3. Damn. It gives her the ability to see through shadows, and since shadow mana is literally everywhere, she's able to get a good look directly at whatever is within range. Fuck. It gives her the ability to see through shadows, and since shadow mana is literally everywhere, she's able to get a good look directly at whatever is within range. I'll find more bonus rounds. Don't worry. No, there isn't anything else here. I was just thinking. Oh, yes, I have them. Here we are. Thinking? What sort of development is this? What were you thinking about? If you don't mind sharing, that is. Thinking about? If you don't mind sharing, that is. I hasten to add. I've been trying to build a sense of independence in my pets for a long time. I'm certainly not going to try and squash this. I'm certainly not going to try and squash this fleeting sign of development from my most dedicated pet. It's nothing. Remember, you can always talk to me, or not. Your thoughts are your own. If you decide that you'd like to chat, you can do so any time. Okay? Yes, Master. All right then. Now let's go annihilate whatever it is that's occupying this nest nearby. I think it's centipedes, Master. Damn centipedes! Experience the heat of my rage! 30 minutes later, the hated shadow variant of the claw centipede has had their territory reduced by 1 nest. I'm still determined to completely erase this hated species from the entire dungeon. Perhaps it will be impossible on my own, but with the assistance of the colony, we may be able to accomplish such a feat one day. The thought of millions of ants hunting the hated centipede throughout the entire world of Pangera puts a The thoughts of millions of ants hunting the hated centipede throughout the entire world of Pangera puts a warm, fuzzy feeling in my heart. It's decided. The moment we return to the colony, I shall pass on... The moment we return to the colony, I shall pass on this most sacred of missions. As we're busy munching on the biomass, Chrynus interrupts my thoughts. Master, I think I'm sensing something. More monsters? Excellent. I'm barely warmed up. I'm not sure it's monsters. It feels different. I think they're coming this way. I keep changing, I keep shifting accent a little bit with some of these characters, but it doesn't matter, it's not mine. That sounds interesting. What could be going on? I reach out with my own mana sense, but I can't get a handle on what Chrynus described. They might be coming for the clearing.
Let's get behind some cover. I want to try and...
No, that's Anthony.
They might be coming for the clearing. Let's get behind some cover. I want to try and get a look at whatever this is. What direction are they coming from? Once Chrysalis indicates a direction with one slender tentacle, the three of us scramble to hide on the other side. I duck and weave through the stone coral until we're reasonable. I duck and weave through the stone coral until we're reasonably behind cover. It's not easy for an ant larger than a car to hide, but I do my best. Hopefully, the stealth skill will carry me a little here. Tiny isn't particularly stealthy either, so I urge him to get a little farther back. Chrysalis is still resting on my back and quite small in her shrunken form. Chrysalis is still resting on my back and quite small in her shrunken form. Shouldn't be any problems there. After a few moments, I start to detect what she was talking about. There are 6 different mana sources, but they're different from what I would normally associate with monsters. Monsters are bright with mana. Monsters are bright with mana, filled to the brim as it flows through every fibre of their bodies. If the monster has a core, it glows like a light bulb, and energy ripples around those creatures as their core pulls in the mana around them. What I sense now isn't like that. Not at all. There seems to be hardly any mana inside the bodies of these creatures, nothing at all like a monster. It's so confusing. What could possibly be down in the dungeon appearing so dim to my mana senses? What is it? What could it be? Unconsciously, I nudge myself a little closer to the clearing to get a better view.
Come on. Burp or not?
To get a better view.
One more time.
Unconsciously. To get a better view. Unconsciously, I nudge myself a little closer to the clearing to get a better... Unconsciously...
Oh, Mrs. Bimmer has switched to YouTube. And Mrs. Bimmer is from Denmark. Welcome again.
Unconsciously, I nudge myself a little closer to the clearing. Unconsciously, I nudge myself a little closer to the clearing to get a better... Unconsciously, I nudge myself a little closer to the clearing to get a better view, just as these 6 strange entities step into view. Unconsciously, I nudge myself a little closer to the clearing to get a better view, just as these 6 entities, 6 strange entities step into view.
Ha. Mrs. Bimmer is omnipresent.
Unconsciously, I nudge myself a little closer to the clearing to get a better view, just as these 6 strange entities step into view. The figures take in the scattered remains of the biomass we'd been consuming. They move quickly toward the center of the clearing, and I take in my first impressions.
It's immediately obvious why they didn't feel like monsters. It's because they aren't. Monsters, that is. If I'm not mistaken, these are sapient creatures, possibly from the surface. They're humanoid, but taller and bulkier than a human. I'd put the tallest at over 8 feet tall. Nearly as tall as tiny and wide, thick. I'd put the tallest at over 8 feet tall, nearly as tall as tiny and wide, thick in the shoulders and hips. Unless the light they're carrying is playing tricks on me, it also appears as if... Unless the light they're carrying is playing tricks on me, it also appears as if they've made... Unless the light they're carrying is playing tricks on me, it also appears as if they're made of, or at least covered in, stone. One of them speaks, its voice as deep and rough as two rocks being crushed together. I'm agog, fascinated. Surface people, with language, made of stone. This might help explain why they felt so strange to my mana sense. They had a stronger reaction to the infusion of mana than humans, which initially made me think there was no chance they were a sapient race. Clearly, they have a bit more of the special stuff in their makeup. Not as much as monsters, who are literally born from the stuff, but hey. The obvious problem I have now is, how the heck do I get as far as possible from these giant stone people before they try and hack me apart for my delicious core?
And that is a chapter done. Hooah! All right. What time is it? We're at 2:28. I think I can manage 2 or 3 more chapters, guys. Which, honestly, we're not as far as I was hoping we would be today. A little upset about that, but it's okay. It's okay. Let's see. We're at 37%. I think we can make it through another 1 or 2% before the stream is over. That brings us to like 40. So we got 60 left. 4 more days. Yeah, it's looking like I'm a day behind actually finishing this audiobook this week, which isn't too bad. It is a long one, so I don't feel awful about it. This is chapter 48. Jeff, can I ask a DCC 6 question, or is that too OT? I imagine OT means off topic. No, please do. Ask the question. And hey, might as well do a little advertisement here before I keep going. Don't forget, today is the very last day of the Halloween sale at soundbooththeater.com. That's right, we have 20% off all of our spookiest titles. You can find the link in the description below, and that will take you to a landing page that will show you our entire list of titles that are 20% off for the holiday. That will include Kaiju Battlefield Surgeon by Matt Dinneman in cinematic audio, Seance High Falls in cinematic audio, Space Buns in cinematic audio. All of these, you can actually hit a buy whole series button, which will give you a discount on each episode. Then you get the further 20% off from the Halloween sale. So if there's anything in our library you've been meaning to pick up, go ahead and check out that Halloween sale landing page and see what's available. Other than that, we also have for today 3 releases. We have Dungeon Crawler Carl, the Audio Immersion Tunnel, Episode 2, Ayúdame. And if you haven't already, Episode 1 is still free. So if you enjoy either of those episodes and you can't wait to listen to the rest, go ahead and pre-order them all. We have our pre-orders available now, and whenever you get a pre-order of something, again, you get that whole series discount, plus titles just get added to your library automatically. So, let's see, our other release is The Wizard of Oz, Episode 1, which is free. That's something that we produced earlier in the year, and finally it's ready to be distributed. So if you want to check that out, it's free, right, and easy for you. And then also we have the first 3 books of the World of Chain series by Lars Machmuller. Lars M, I think, is how he goes by as an author. And those are some of Justin Thomas James' earliest. Well, that's one of his earliest series, and of course he improves and improves through the series, but this is one where we incorporated music. We had Justin actually hired a violinist to play the bard's parts in it, and it's a whole lot of fun. It's a great series. It's a great story. It's kind of got a detective feel. There's a little bit of romance, and it's fantasy lit RPG, so those are our 3 new releases for today. Don't forget to check those out. And later tonight at 7 p.m. Central, 8 p.m. Eastern, we will be doing a special Halloween Sound Booth Theater Live where we'll be talking about The Wizard of Oz as a movie. We're going to review the movie. And then we're going to do some interviews and stuff with some authors. So I hope you guys will show up there, hang out with us while we celebrate our birthday. This is Sound Booth Theater's platform's 3rd birthday. So again, thank you guys so much for coming and hanging out with me here. Check all the links in the description below if you want to find out about this or that. All right, what do we got here? Zero Proximity says, why would I buy it on sale? I want to give you guys more money. Good call. Thanks, Zero Proximity. Appreciate it. Friendly Neighborhood Nitpicker says, was the backwards talking goat just reversed, or did you have something more going on there? It didn't just sound backwards. Also, what about the Icelandic cat? What was the deal there? Okay, so the backwards talking goat, I can't remember. But it's not just reverse. There's also a pitch shifter underneath, and there's also a pitch shifter on the Icelandic cat. Pitch shifter is probably one of our most used tools for making things sound bigger or sound more ethereal. Because what the pitch shifter does, it not only doubles the voice and then pitches it down so that you have this harmony going on with the original recording and the shifted pitch, and then it gives you the option to add several more voices if you want, so they can all kind of create this this atmosphere, this sort of harmonic atmosphere around the voice. Mrs. Bimmer asks, does the Sound Booth app work like Audible? I really want to get small chests are fine too, but it asks for my address. Okay, so that's just that. Asking for your address stuff that's not even for us. That's for PayPal or whatever. I think that you can just bullshit in the address if you want to, if you're not comfortable sharing that shit. None of that stuff is, as long as you put something in there, we're not gonna come after you for lying or some shit. We don't care. So yeah, if you're not comfortable putting your address in, put in some bullshit. All right, on to chapter 48.
Chapter 48. Stone Skin, Fast Feet.
Oh, real quick. Kringlebert Fishtybuns says, can you recommend any good, preferably completed, family-friendly series? It was recommended to get our little guy into audiobooks. On our app, look up Nightmare Spider Apocalypse, I think is what it's called. It was written at the time the author was 8 years old, I think. 8 or 9 years old. I can't remember. And it's really a lot of fun. I narrated it myself, and when you purchase it, all proceeds go to the author, 100%. I did that for him because he's an author's son, and also, well, I mean, that's not the real reason, but like, I'm just telling his story. He's got this condition, he's got this brain condition that almost killed him, and then he recovered from it. He got surgery, and he's, as part of his recovery, he was writing this book. And so, I just wanted to encourage him and, hope, like, give him some something cool to give him hope, so that he could maybe write more books in the future and just keep practicing. So, yeah, if you buy Nightmare Spider Apocalypse from us, all proceeds go to that little guy. We don't take any profit whatsoever from it. And then another thing that might work, family friendly, get Epithet Erased. That actually, we didn't produce that. We just distributed it for the people who made it. So, but it's incredibly popular. People love it, and I actually quite enjoy it as well. It's a cinematic. It's a audio drama that was produced by the guy who wrote it. And the guy who wrote it narrated it, and he directed everybody. He's actually a very talented person. So, I recommend that as well.
Suddenly gripped by fear, I hunker down and try to keep myself as still as possible. Don't breathe. Don't even blink. Blink and you're dead. Wait, I don't have eyelids. Settle down, Anthony. Play it cool. My mentality is frazzled after being thrown into this unexpected situation, and I thankfully have just the skill for this. Without hesitating, I sink my mind deep into the soothing calm of profound meditation. When using this skill, emotion fades into the back of my mind, brushing against the edges of my awareness instead of rushing to the forefront and dominating my decision-making. To be honest, I should probably spend almost all of my time sunk deep into the meditation skill. When I use the skill, my emotions no longer cloud my thinking. The problem is that I don't really like the feeling of being this cold and logical. It doesn't feel like me. I tend to avoid it as a result, despite recognizing how much better my decision-making would be. The more I use the skill, the higher level it would get as well. Who knows what depths of emotionlessness are possible as it continues to rank up. Those considerations are for another time. I must focus on getting out of this situation cleanly. My thoughts clear. I watch the six figures with cold detachment, taking in details that I hadn't noticed before. The armour the stone people are wearing is minimal. Their arms and chests are mostly bare, with only arm guards strapped to their forearms, the glint of hard metal standing out against their dark grey skin. A variety of weapons are also visible. Large, curved blades and two-handed swords adorn their backs, as oversized as one would expect due to their massive frames. One of them looks like he's carrying a buster sword.
Look at the size of that thing. A shiver runs along the outside of my awareness as the image of that massive edge shearing through my carapace flits through my mind.
Oh, of course, and The Wizard of Oz is another family-friendly one. Episode 1 just came out today, so...
Don't worry, Anthony. The diamond carapace is inviolable. It will never fail you. They're scanning the clearing constantly, taking in the signs. Their movements are professional and clean, and never move too far from each other. Hands remain on the hilts of their weapons, and they talk constantly, muttering in low whispers to each other, presumably about what they see or sense. To combat the ever-present darkness, they each hold a glowing crystal which emits a strong beam of light. I need to be careful. I know for a fact that mana-detecting skills are possible for humans, and I've seen... I know for a fact that mana-detecting skills are possible for humans, and I've even seen humans use mana-detecting crystals. If they bust out something like that, my overloaded Tier 5 core is going to light up like a firework. I've seen enough. Staying still any longer carries way too much risk. We need to sneak out of here, team. Get yourselves ready to go. We move slow and silent. My pets give me their assent, and I shift my legs nice and steady, gradually pulling myself farther away from the clearing. I don't know why these stone people are down here, and as much as I'd like to get more information, I don't want to risk it. I have no idea how powerful they are, nor do I want to start any beef. Maybe I launch a gravity bomb and wipe them out, get a bunch of experience and walk away laughing. Then 3 days later, the entire expanse is flooded with very angry stone folks wondering where their team went, who begin hunting for my... Then 3 days later, the entire expanse is flooded with very angry stone folks wondering where their team went, who begin hunting for my impressive sparkly hide. No way!
Advanced Stealth, Rank 2, has reached Level 10. Upgrade available.
I'll take it. Perfect timing for this particular upgrade. Without hesitation, I spend the skill point to upgrade this... Without hesitation, I spend the skill point to upgrade the rank of Stealth. As the knowledge trickles into my mind, I begin to employ the techniques that blossom into understanding, minimizing my massive profile, using the shadows and lowering my weight with care to suppress sound. I take 10 steps before my antennae send a shock through my non-existent spine, a tingle of warning that creates phantasmic ripples all over my carapace. Duck! Boom! The coral explodes as my hyperspeed reflexes send me smashing my own head into the dirt to duck low. As a testament to my newfound reactionary prowess, I even tuck my antennae in and neither of them gets chopped off. Winning!
Oops.
Go, go! Go, go, go! Get on your bike and ride! Tiny bellows out a hoot of rage mixed with 2 parts joy as he... Nope. Tiny bellows out a hoot of rage mixed with 2 parts joy as he leaps to his feet. Tiny bellows out a hoot of rage mixed with 2 parts joy as he leaps to his feet and with one mighty bound sends himself flying up into the coral branches as Tiny bellows out a hoot of rage mixed with 2 parts joy as he...
Tiny bellows out a hoot of rage mixed with 2 parts joy as he leaps to his feet and with one mighty bound sends himself flying up into the coral branches as they collapse around us. With my near 360-degree vision, I can see the coral appears to have been sheared off, as if sliced with a giant knife, and the giant structures are starting to come down around our ears. Agile as a monkey, Tiny flings himself through the wreckage even as it descends, but I don't have time to admire his grace. I need to motor. 6 legs scrabbling and spinning like a roadrunner, my muscles strain as I push my legs to the extreme, forcing immense amounts of power through my legs to the point I can feel them about to crack. Luckily, they don't, and I gain traction. We're away! Boom! Missed me!
All right, let me see if I got that.
My legs to the extreme, forcing immense amounts of power through my legs to the point I can feel them about to crack.
Nope, that's good.
Advanced dodge has reached level 3.
Excellent! Keep running! Dash! Putting all of my skills to use, I move so fast my antennae are pressed against the top of my head by the wind pressure and the scenery around me fades to a blur. In my mind, I sense the 6 dim figures launching in pursuit, moving with incredible speed and precision. These people might be a higher level than I thought. This is exactly the sort of thing I didn't want to happen. How did they spot me? Detection skill? Another one of those enchanted crystal gizmos? Good old-fashioned eyesight? At this point, it doesn't matter. I just have to get away. Hang on, Crynis! See if you can throw them off somehow! Okay. Darting left and right, I avoid their strikes. I can see them, if only vaguely, as they flash out around me. It's sword light, but narrower. It's sword light. It's sword light, but narrower and so much.
It's sword light. What? Oh.
It's sword light, but narrower and so much faster than I've ever witnessed before. In just a heartbeat, it slices through everything in range and then it's gone. This is surely a high-rank skill in use. I don't want to mess with whoever is throwing these out. The variables and potential danger are simply too high to bother with. It's not like I'm defending my home or anything. It's not like I'm defending my home or anything. I have no stakes here. Better to just run away and live to fight another day. So I run! Dash! Another surge of strength pulses through my legs and I zip forward, my eyes no longer able to follow my own movement. The coral branches and swaying seaweed rush past. I don't even care if I get stung by some horrific poison. Escape first and cleanse poison later. Even now, I can still sense the enemy behind me, flitting like shadows through the destruction they wrought. Left! Sting! A buzzing tickles my ear. A buzzing tickles my ear before a steel-tipped crossbow bolt slams into the Fuck, another one. A buzzing tickles my ear before a steel-tipped crossbow bolt slams into the ground next to me. I stumble slightly due to the sudden change in direction before catching myself and continuing to run. I need more distractions! Pow, 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 pow! Acid flies in all sorts of directions wherever I can sense them. Wherever it strikes, the acid sizzles and turns sticky, causing the pursuers to shift and adjust their trajectories to avoid it. The hard punch of my greatest commodity doesn't buy much, but every little bit helps. Crynis? Got something yet? Pow, pow, pow! Now! After concentrating hard, Crynis plunges her tentacles into her own... After concentrating hard, Chrynus plunges her tentacles into her own shadow on my back, and they emerge dozens of meters behind us, erupting from the ground to form a dark web that reaches greedily to engulf one of the hunters. Greedily to engulf.
One more time.
After concentrating hard, Chrynus plunges her tentacles into her own shadow on my back, and they emerge dozens of meters behind us, erupting from the ground to form a dark web that reaches greedily to engulf one of the hunters.
There we go. I did it!
Chapter 49. The Hunt is On. I don't exactly know who these people are, but they are very persistent. Thanks to the magnificent meditation skill, I'm very much remaining a cool, placid lake, not a ripple on the surface of my thoughts. Boom! Crunch! Not upset at anything. I am a calm, blue ocean. I embrace serenity. Serenity now. Boom! Serenity now! Please stop trying to inflict such deep cuts on my business zone! The level of budget cuts they want to inflict simply can't be borne in this fiscal quarter. My gaster has been experiencing very lean times. That's a lie, but don't focus on that part. Focus on the part where I don't get sliced and diced. They're trying to slink around and surround me, moving as a unit, even though I'm sure they aren't speaking. How could they? The collapsing corals are falling with the weight of buildings to the... The collapsing corals are falling with the weight of buildings to the floor of the expanse. The collapsing corals are falling with the weight of buildings to the floor of the expanse. As we run, the air is full of the roar of stone as it crunches everything around us. Why the heck are they so keen on killing me? Am I so delicious? Is my core so precious? Surely not. Is it my carapace, shiny and pure, coated with pure diamond? Who wouldn't want it? It's my curse for being so beautiful. Did I bring this on myself for being so attractive, so illuminating? Like a precious jewel, my luster is too bright to resist. Whatever the reason, I will escape! I will run free! Firing acid, I put my minds to work, furiously Firing acid, I put my minds to work, furiously pondering ways to enable my escape. Should I cast spells? Difficult. Wielding fire magic, water magic, or gravity will be tough. If they catch up to me, gravity could prove help. If they catch up to me, gravity could be If they catch up to me, gravity could prove useful.
Helpful.
If they catch up to me, gravity could prove helpful. I could slow them down using bolts or the... If they catch up to me, gravity could prove helpful. I could slow them down using bolts or the domain in order to preserve myself, hitting them whilst they flit through this waterfall of destruction is nearly impossible. Also, I don't want to antagonize the hunters if possible. Clean escape is by far my preferred option.
All right, let me hear this whole paragraph.
Whatever the reason, I will escape! I will run free! Firing acid, I put my mind to work, furiously pondering ways to enable my escape. Should I cast spells? Difficult. Wielding fire magic, water magic, or gravity will be tough. If they catch up to me, gravity could prove helpful. I could slow them down using bolts or the domain in order to preserve myself. Hitting them whilst they flit through this waterfall of destruction is nearly impossible. Also, I don't want to antagonize the hunters if possible. Clean escape is by far my preferred option.
There we go. All right.
Therefore, the best course of action, my mind's reason, is to find a distraction and use the chaos to run! Chrynus, keep a shadow eye out for distractions! I'm a little busy here, Master. Get a second brain already! To be fair, Chrynus is probably using her main brain to focus on her tentacles involved in her little surprise attack, which appears to have gone well. Her target is currently engulfed in tentacles that surround them like a sphere of horrific blades and pulsing limbs. Hopefully, no emotional scarring results from the... Hopefully, no emotional scarring results from the stay within this eldritch prison. Hopefully, no emotional scarring results from the stay within this eldritch prison. The other hunters react with obscene speed to the threat and divert themselves to their comrade. Blades flash, shadows converge, and light erupts behind me as I push my speed to the limit and haul my precious diamond backside away. Ah! Chrynus cries out in pain as her limbs are severed, and she hauls what remains back out of her Chrynus cries out in pain as her limbs are severed, and she hauls what remains back out of her shadow gate. What's wrong? That wouldn't normally hurt so bad. I don't know. It just hurt. Damn it. These hunters are getting on my nerves. Damn it. These hunters are getting on my nerves. How dare they hurt my pet? Hang on. I'll make sure to use this opportunity. Bringing my brains into the escape, I perform a number of actions at once. I dash around and through a dense section of coral, whilst firing a barrage of acid toward the clumped shadows and grasping for nearby monsters with my mana sense. In a moment of blind panic, I find a tiny spark and seize it, and if I could, I'd smile. Sweet justice is coming for you little mutts, and I'm gonna enjoy it. From a safe distance. Heart surging with hope and joy that I allow to wash through my meditative mind, I angle my way through the coral forest toward the nest of shadowhounds. Chrynus' painful sacrifice has bought us enough time and separation that I have the Heart surging with hope and joy that I allow to wash through my meditative mind, I angle my way through the coral forest toward the nest of shadowhounds. Chrynus' painful sacrifice has bought us enough time and separation that I have the space to get clear. Acid now gums up many surfaces between the hunters and I, which buys just a tiny bit more time as they resume the chase. It's enough. I burst into the clearing as sword light explodes around me, and a horrified pack of shadowhounds is already in the process of hightailing everywhere and in all directions, clearly spooked by the cacophony they'd no doubt detected landing in their laps. Luckily for me, their flight in all directions includes back toward the direction I came in, right into the faces of the hunters. How do you like them apples? Now let's get clear. Tiny, where the hell are you? Up there? Above my head, the big ape is swinging through the coral like a... I'm not going to say it. I'll just say he looks at home up there, comfortable even. I can feel the resentment building up. What the fuck was that? I can feel the resentment... So weird. I can feel the resentment building up. I've been down here struggling and running, and where was my loyal pet during this time? Lazily swinging and leaping above our heads. You'll get yours, Tiny. When I'm done with your core, you'll see. After you evolve, your head will turn into an actual brick. You'll be a giant lightning ape with a literal fired clay brick for a head. I'm sure it's possible. With the power of mana, anything can be achieved. A brick head, which contains within it another, more dense brick. That's you, Tiny! Laugh while you still have a soft, malleable face! Despite my smooth work, it still takes us 5 more minutes of desperate running until I'm confident that our pursuers have lost the trail. Tiny, Chrysalis and I sit hunched in a small pocket of space halfway up the coral forest. All of us are breathing heavily and recuperating. From our frenzied escape. A part of me is still paranoid, expecting blades of sword light to explode around me at any second. Those hunters are fierce and persistent. They were freaking dogged in their pursuit. Is hunting a monster like me really that valuable? Is it my core? I mean, it's a good core, don't get me wrong, especially for a creature of my tier, but for strong and skilled fighters like the Stone Temple pilots back there, I can't be the first one they've ever seen. Now that I reflect back, the whole chase feels a little off. None of those sword slashes were completely lethal. Surely, I shouldn't have been able to dodge that many strikes so cleanly. The more I think back, the more I feel as if those strikes weren't lethal. Were they trying to cripple me rather than kill me? A chill runs through my core. Something is definitely off about this. Why are these stone hunters down here so soon after the wave? Are they normal dungeon delvers, or is their purpose something else? I have this uncomfortable feeling something is happening that I don't understand. How are you? Almost. How are you, Chrysalis? I'm okay. It hurts, but I've replaced the flesh I lost. Great. Tiny, come over here and I'll heal you. Once I top off his HP, it's time for us to rest. Let's recoup our strength. I'm not sure we've seen the last of those hunters, much as I wish I could say different. This is going to make life more difficult for us. If we have to keep our eyes open for stone people trying to slice our legs off, we won't be able to hunt as blatantly as we have up to this point, which means slower rates of experience and biomass gain. Which makes Anthony a very sad ant. No matter, we'll just have to cope with the situation. Furtive and stealthy hunting may be less efficient, but it's safer. A little safety sounds like just the thing I want right now. All right, and that's it for today. Thank you guys so much for coming and hanging out with me while I narrated more of Chrysalis 4. This will be the end of the cold reads. This is part 3. That's the end. We're done. No more cold reads. However, if you want to come to our Discord server, I will be narrating live in there. So check the description below. You will find the link to our Discord server. Also, check all the links down there. You'll find the Halloween sale link. You'll find a link to Chrysalis 1 on Audible. You'll find a link to Chrysalis 4 on Kindle. You'll find lots and lots of links, and I'm sure you'll be very interested in everything that's in there. So, again, you guys are awesome. Thank you so much for hanging out with me while I narrated Chrysalis 4 between a rock and a carapace. And I hope you guys have a wonderful Halloween. I hope to maybe see you tonight at the stream, at the SBTL stream. And yeah, happy birthday to SBT. You guys are awesome. Thank you. Bye-bye.